on Winchester Road. We are cooperating fully with Memphis Police as they investigate. Okay, yesterday's heists are not the first time we've seen this kind of crime. Remember this video showing an ambush of a FedEx truck on Riverport and Mallory back in November? Crime Stoppers offering a $10,000 reward for information leading to arrests in this. Memphis police say they're unsure if these incidents are related. Mayor Paul Young said he will work to look at crimes happening and the data to identify who's responsible and if the same people are recommitting those same crimes. Water main break on a busy stretch of road, and MLGW says repair time could be lengthy. The water is flowing on Central Avenue at Greer, 1 block away from the Memphis Museum of Science and History, also known as the Pink Palace. MLGW says the break happened in the late afternoon hours, and the utility says water and gas distribution crews, they are on the scene. They detected a gas leak, which has been repaired. There's no estimate for how long the overall repairs will take. Another live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. Back in 60 seconds with more news on the digital desk.
Well, Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk, and we want to tell you about a commercial kitchen that is really changing the game for aspiring restaurateurs. We're talking about the Memphis Kitchen Co-op, and joining me now to talk more about their story, how this all came about, is Molly McCracken. She is one of the co-owners. Molly, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing really good. I've been excited about talking to you about your operation there. A while back, it may have been even almost a year ago, we talked to Jennifer Chandler, who featured you guys in one of her articles. And so I was like, this is such a cool concept. I want to know more. So I guess first things first, how did this even all come about?
So we own a small business called Amplified Meal Prep. And so we have been a small business that has been looking for kitchen space. We have been in other shared kitchens before. We needed a bigger space for our production. It's what they consider second generation kitchen space, kind of maybe like something that's been a restaurant in the past that has a kitchen already in there. But not necessarily a retail storefront. We just need a space for production. It's very hard to find those here in the city, and especially at an affordable rate if you are a small business that's just starting off, trying to get the money together for your equipment, your small wares, your insurance, your rent. All of that can be a lot when you're just starting out. So we decided that we needed a bigger production facility. We've been in business for about 5 years, so we decided to build this kitchen space. We don't use the kitchen space all the time for our production, and we know how much these small food entrepreneurs need spaces like this. So we have opened up our kitchen. We've got 60 tenants right now, and growing. And this allows these small businesses to come in at an affordable rate to get started, to kind of pursue their dream of having whatever food business they want. And like I said, we've been in this position before. So this is something that we can really do to help out these small businesses. It's really great.
And what I think is so awesome about this is I don't think the timing could have been better, because we were going through the pandemic. A lot of small businesses struggled, or there were even some people that were wanting to make their side hustle their main source of income. And so this helps them to maybe make that happen in a more economic way, because like you said, just getting all of the things you need to be able to establish a commercial kitchen is not an easy task. It's overwhelming. Is that something y'all were finding when y'all were talking to your clients?
Yeah, absolutely. And you really hit the nail on the head. When we opened up the co-op, kind of right smack in the middle of the pandemic, which of course made us a little bit nervous, but it really turned out to be great because a lot of these people, maybe they had lost their jobs or they'd been in the service industry. They were chefs already. They have a passion for food, and their restaurant jobs got shut down and they needed work. And what a better, time to start my own thing. So yeah, that really did. And it, having the co-op available to those people really helped gave them that push. Like, okay, well, I have a space and it's affordable and I don't have to put all this money up front. I can do this.
Yeah, I think that's so awesome. And there's a lot of businesses that have started on social media during that time too. And so this helps them to be able to grow, to expand, and to meet that need. One thing that I think is really cool about this too is it's a community. I mean, you're building this community of people locally that have the same sort of passion at all different levels of that passion. Like your company, y'all had been established for 5 years. Y'all can help be a mentor to maybe some of these new people coming in that don't really know how to get started, right?
Absolutely. I always tell people, like, this is a community. When they come in, everybody pitches in, everybody cleans up after themselves, everybody helps each other. And it's great when we get to see these vendors collaborating. So we may have caterers where desserts are not their specialty, or they don't want to mess with dessert. So they might get with one of our dessert vendors so that they can put their product with whatever meal presentation they're doing. And maybe we have some people that are doing real-time ordering pop-ups and they're not going to make dessert. So they're going to bring in one of our cheesecake vendors to offer cheesecake on their menu. So it's really awesome to watch people collaborate and come together on different things. It really shows a sense of the community that we have there. We also have our marketplace, which is super cool. And it's really fun to see all of our vendors on social media sharing each other's posts, supporting one another. And that's what we really wanted to build with this, is a massive community atmosphere where people could talk to each other, get advice, and just help each other along the way, not necessarily make the same mistakes that some of us have had to make along the way when starting our businesses.
I love that whole idea of collaboration. And like you said, sharing each other's posts, it's like one person's followers can now become your followers and it helps your business.
Exactly.
So it's local entrepreneurs helping each other, which I think is great. And you were mentioning that marketplace. Tell me more about that. Is that something that you maybe want to grow a little bit more? Because it sounds really cool to be able to go in there and know you're buying local.
Yeah, so the marketplace, that's my baby. That is like my favorite part of all of this. So we have, right now we have about 30 of our vendors that are actually in our marketplace, because our vendors range from, people who are caterers and they don't necessarily want to produce anything for the marketplace because they're super busy with their business. But then we have people who are really just starting off who don't have a huge clientele. And so this marketplace gives them the opportunity to put their product in front of clients that would have maybe never seen it otherwise, because maybe they are predominantly selling based off of, Facebook or just their website. And so, like you said, it kind of becomes a network. So people that come in for, say, like our amplified meal prep meals, they're going to grab their meals, what they came in for, and then they're going to walk down the cooler and they're going to grab a little of this and that from all the other vendors that we have. So the marketplace has so many different things. So we've got everything from giant cookies, cheesecakes, gourmet meals. We've got our amplified healthy meals in there as well. We've got keto, gluten-free, sugar-free, gourmet popcorn, CBD. We have Asian, Ethiopian. I could go on. We have tons of vegan vendors in there as well. So we've got pre-made vegan meals. And it's all local. And I tell people, because I'm a gift basket maker, so for like the holidays or a birthday, or if I'm doing a host gift, I always like to put a little basket together. This is the perfect place to come and shop local and support these small local businesses. When you buy from the Memphis Kitchen Co-op, you are really supporting a vendor who may be working just themselves. They might not even have any employees or any help, but this is a dream of theirs. They make the most amazing cheesecake, and this is what they really want to do. And you're supporting them and their family, and just local Memphis people.
I was going to say that I like the idea of using something like that as a gift, because it's kind of like a taste of Memphis. You know what I'm saying? So maybe if you're going out of town and you want to share a taste of Memphis with some of your family members, that's a good place to swing by. And then you just have a whole variety, because you were mentioning at least 30 vendors are part of that marketplace. And I think it's so awesome because from what I understand, y'all been around since 2021. Y'all already have 60 vendors that are working out of your facility. What does that say? I mean, did it surprise you, the reaction you got? And what does that say about, you know, Memphis really taking a step forward and wanting to kind of be their own boss? A lot of Memphians doing that.
Well, you know, it feels great to be able to give these businesses the space to grow and to start their business. We've got a couple business owners who actually came in who have used the facility. Their business has blown up, and now they have moved into their own facilities. And honestly, that's what we want to see. That's what we're there for. You know, we've been part of shared kitchens in the past. That allowed us the time and space to grow and to save a little bit of money that we needed to open our own space. And, you know, we have people who, you know, they don't have any, they don't want their own space. They're happy where they are. They've got great affordable rent. You know, most of everything is provided for them. And so it allows them to be more profitable and not to have the overhead. It's really great to watch them grow. And, you know, at the end of the month, when we get to write the marketplace checks to all the vendors for all of their sales, and, you know, that first month where they really increase their sales and they're so excited, like that's one of our favorite times of the month.
And I want to ask, you were mentioning some of these different success stories, people that have now ventured out, they've grown so much, they have their own space. Can you talk about maybe, can you name drop a few places that are either working out of there now, or some of those recognizable names that people around the Memphis area are going to know?
Yeah, so Wolf River Popcorn. There's somebody that you're going to find in a lot of local grocery stores, Kroger's. We've got Bluff Cakes. You might recognize that off of TikTok. She has a huge following, and she makes these giant cookies, and they're like this thick, and they're one of my absolute favorite things. Those are really, really fun. She's doing a pop-up actually in the marketplace this Friday. They are in the process of building out their new space. We also have Sift Bakery. She does macarons, and she is now located in Saddle Creek in a pop-up shop. And so I know that's going really well for her. It's really cute. It's very Instagrammable. So you want to go in and get some great macarons and some Instagram shots. It's a really cool place to go.
It's cool that you mentioned that, because we actually do a segment with Jennifer Chandler every other week, and she was talking about Sift. We have some pictures from earlier that
Yes.
Jennifer shared with us. Yeah, those macarons, they look delicious, by the way. And it's cool that she's doing that pop-up shop. And then you were mentioning Bluff Cakes. I've heard about them too. They were on Bluff City Life the other day, and so I heard about their story, and that was one of the ones that came to mind when I was thinking about how they really just exploded on social media, and now they're sending their stuff everywhere. So I love being able to hear those kind of stories. And another unique thing that I really liked about what y'all do there at the Memphis Kitchen Co-op is that it's open 24/7. So if this is someone that's just getting started, they still have that normal 9-to-5 job, they can plan a time that works in their schedule. Is that something y'all had in mind when y'all first decided to open up?
Excuse me. Absolutely. You know, we were that business, you know, working our regular 9-to-5 jobs. I actually coached after work. So I was 7 a.m. till about 8:30 at night. And sometimes the only time you have to do your stuff is late at night. Some of these vendors really like to get in early in the morning to do their baking before they head off to their regular jobs. So this just gives everybody a lot of flexibility. Our kitchen actually has the ability to hold 12 different vendors at the same time. So 12 different businesses can be in and working. So it really allows for a lot of businesses to come in and produce throughout the day, and especially being open 24/7, 365. That's really a huge selling point for a lot of folks.
Absolutely. And for people that are watching right now and they're like, hey, I'm interested in that marketplace, I'd like to come and see some of the different local vendors that are out there, let us know where you're located so people can come out there.
So we're at 7940 Fisher Steel Road. We are the freestanding building right past Kaiser Flooring before you get to the baseball fields.
Perfect, perfect. And before we let you go, Molly, anything else you want to make sure that we share? I know we've covered a lot.
Come support your local vendors. Follow our Facebook page. If you come into the marketplace and you purchase some goods, follow those vendors as well so that you know when they are restocking or when they have new goods. A lot of vendors in our kitchen also do pop-ups where you can do real-time ordering. So if you're looking, for example, Hood Hibachi is in there every Monday through Wednesday for lunchtime. And so you can pre-order straight from them. You can order, they do like a Grubhub, Uber Eats type thing as well. And we have a lot of vendors that do that real-time ordering. We've got Rock and Grub on the weekends, great flavor combinations. And that's something, if you're looking for lunch or dinner. So if you follow our Facebook page, you'll kind of be able to see when those pop-ups are as well. So it's not only the marketplace that you can come purchase food for, but if you're looking for like a quick, hot, fresh meal, you can get those there as well. But supporting the Memphis Kitchen Co-op Marketplace is supporting local Memphis families. You're not buying that third vacation home. You're paying for ballet lessons.
I love it. It's just such a great spot. I love what you're doing. I can't wait to see what's next. I mean, is there a vision for what's next? Y'all want to grow this even more? What's next for you guys?
We definitely want to grow this a little bit more. This is a huge need in every city. Like you mentioned earlier, there's so many people on social media running their small food businesses, but a lot of them are running them out of their homes. So it's not something that's kosher with the health department or the Tennessee Department of Ag. So giving this space to those people allows them to legitimize themselves and to also open up to a much larger clientele, because you've got some folks that will purchase from a home chef, but then some folks just don't feel comfortable doing that. So when a business can get into a commercial kitchen and legitimize themselves a little bit more and, making sure they're up to code and, following the health department rules, it's a big deal. And so, yeah, we are definitely working on expanding. I think you'll be able to find us in Jackson, Tennessee soon, hopefully. And we've got a couple other cities on the list as well, maybe something closer to home, close to Mississippi, so we can help out some of those Mississippi food businesses as well.
Super exciting. I love what you're doing, and I love the fact that your vendors, it's such a variety, from people that do catering to popcorn and cakes and meal prep. It's awesome, and I'm excited to see that it's going to grow even more. And your Facebook page, I was looking at it earlier. Y'all keep that very up to date, and it's a good way to keep track of what's happening, especially those pop-ups. Again, the Memphis Kitchen Co-op, go check them out, search them on Facebook. You will not regret it. Molly, it's been a pleasure having you on. I appreciate you taking some time to share all the great work that you're doing to help those locally here in the Memphis area.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Amanda. We really appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Wednesday. It is 7 o'clock, and it is another chilly morning, as you see over my shoulder here. Some dreary skies out there, and it's cold. Let's get a check of the forecast, not only for today, but for most of the week and the weekend with meteorologist Patrick Ellison. Patrick, what is the normal range of temperatures today?
50 and 34.
Gotcha.
50 and 34. That's where we're at.
Okay.
And it's nice to hear you. It's nice to hear you, Andrew. As we are starting off the day, of course, we do have the clouds, and there will be opportunities for rain, but today, those opportunities are going to be pretty slim. Really and truly, this is over the next 3 days. The bulk of this is probably going to happen as we head towards your Friday, but here on this Wednesday, a couple of showers still possible, and we've seen that on First Alert Doppler radar here this morning. A couple of isolated little blips here and there trying to work their way across portions of the Highway 6 corridor. So we're talking from Coahoma County, Quitman County, Panola, and Lafayette counties. But for the most part, again, very paltry opportunities here today as a system makes its way across the northern Gulf of Mexico. Tomorrow, beautiful, but I will make the mention that there could be a few areas, patchy areas of freezing fog early tomorrow morning. Then here comes the rain, and you see back to the west, some snowflakes possible, not far away from us. So if you really wanted to go find some snow, you could drive maybe a 2 hours drive north and west and run into some snowflakes as we go into Friday afternoon, Friday evening. But for us, it's all going to be rain here in the Mid-South as this next system comes down the pipeline. Here's a look at clouds and radar this morning. Again, what we've been watching, a little band, this is a little trough axis, working its way eastward this morning across north central Mississippi. So from Yallabusha County down through Grenada County, and back over towards Montgomery County, Mississippi, working its way eastward. Farther north, it's just been the clouds and the chilly breezes to go along with it as well. As we take a live look from our Best Care High 5 camera. This is coming from Midtown Memphis. You're looking down Union, back over towards Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Off in the distance, you see the Clark Tower also off in the distance as well. Of course, the clouds are going to be pretty stout. 7:08 the sunrise here today. Temperatures 20s and 30s this morning, 35 officially at Memphis International, 32 in Hernando as well as Cortland, Marks, Mississippi at 33, and Tunica, the same idea. Same for our friends in Arkansas and Forest City, as well as Mark Tree and Lepanto this morning, 28 as you're starting off this morning in Dyersburg. I'm going to keep that mention of a stray shower primarily in our areas south of Memphis. I think in Memphis you're dry, just the clouds here today. Temperatures warming up towards the middle to a few upper 40s. Here's the thing though, a little bit of sunshine trying to poke through on the backside of the day as the system starts to pull away. Again, chilly start to your day. Temperatures down through the 30s and 40s this morning. I think we'll be in the lower to middle 40s by lunchtime today, and middle 40s expected by the end of the day as the clouds start to pull away from us. Skies clearing out after sunset, and maybe some banks of fog trying to develop early tomorrow morning, at least low clouds that could lead up to some patchy areas of fog as we head into the start of your Thursday. That'll be something to keep an eye on as we'll have several school districts coming into play, getting back into school tomorrow. We'll be watching that potential because, again, temperatures will be at critical levels right around freezing starting off early Thursday morning. Though sunshine will win out, temperatures will manage the middle to upper 40s before the afternoon is out. And here comes the next wave of rain. And notice not far away from us, some blue, that's some snow flying over towards Fayetteville, Arkansas, up through the river valley, down south as you get closer to Fort Smith as well. So, it's going to be an interesting way of this system pushing across or closer to the area. But as I mentioned, you won't have to go very far to run into some snowflakes. This is noontime on Friday. It's rain from Little Rock and the I-40 corridor points southward. And I think even in our little slice of northeastern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, where you would be closest, still going to be all rain pushing across the area. Notice by 3, 4 o'clock, the rain now beginning to advance into the Memphis metro area. So it could be a wet afternoon commute for Friday. But again, to the north, again, some snowflakes still flying across southern portions and central portions of Missouri. That system pulls away, and we start to see improvements heading into Saturday morning. This is an active period of time that we're talking about here. We've given you that first alert on that potential as several broad systems make their way and affect the Mid-South. The first one, again, really you could say the first one's today. That one very paltry. Everybody's going to get rain Friday into Saturday, okay? But again, one of those situations where the snowflakes will likely fly to the north of us. Monday into Tuesday is rain and wind, and on the backside of that system, you might catch the potential for a few snowflakes. So here's the first system. This is Friday morning. Again, system number 1 pushing off towards the east. All of us dealing with rain. Moves out through Saturday. We might catch a quick shower with the Clipper system moving through here Saturday night into early Sunday. But hey, high pressure builds in for a little bit of sunshine heading into Sunday. Now Monday starts off with a little sunshine, but clouds will be quickly on the increase as the next system, this one again, much larger, much broader, much stronger storm system developing across the south as we head towards your Tuesday. Not only will we have and again, this will be a very dynamic system too, because down in places like New Orleans, down on the Gulf Coast, we're talking Gulfport, Biloxi, Bay St. Louis, Mobile, Daphne, Foley, and over towards Pensacola could have severe weather potential in through here. Then you're just dealing with rain across our neck of the woods. And on the backside of that system, look at all the snow flying all the way from the Appalachians back over into the Great Lakes region and wrapping around almost back to the Mid-South. And it wouldn't be surprising as this storm system pulls away that we could get a couple of flakes flying here late Tuesday into early Wednesday. I think the biggest impact for that system, though, will be the rain and the wind. And that wind is not going to be nice. It will be gusting around 40 miles per hour. And I want you to notice, again, I got a high of 50 here on Tuesday. I have a sneaking suspicion that high of 50 is going to happen early, and then we come tumbling down during the afternoon hours. So don't think that we're just going to get up to 50 and just hanging there. No, I think we're going to be tumbling on the backside of the day on Tuesday as that system pulls out. As far as what to expect in the short term, again, clouds this morning, some sun peaks later today, still keeping a small mention of a shower, primarily for North Mississippi communities. Even that, though, very paltry. Patchy areas of freezing fog not completely off of the table for Thursday morning. Highs will get back in the middle to upper 40s, middle 40s again on Friday as clouds thicken up. Here come the rain opportunities after lunchtime in eastern Arkansas. I think by mid to late afternoon in the Memphis area and then farther east, I think your rain chances increase for everybody as we get closer to dinner time. Everybody's wet overnight Friday into Saturday. Saturday morning starts off wet, but we trend drier. We might have another system that comes through here. Again, a little weak one that pushes through here late Saturday into early Sunday. Lingering shower chance early Sunday. A rebound in numbers to the low 50s, and then a boost into the middle 50s coming up on Monday as that next system comes down. And again, that one's going to be the more impactful, large-scale one that won't just affect us here in the Mid-South, but it's going to be a larger system that has severe weather down along the Gulf Coast, rain here, and a transition zone not far away from us to some wintry precipitation.
All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis, always good to hear from you and to hear about that 7-day forecast. Thanks for keeping an eye on it, buddy. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm very much looking forward to this next interview because if you've been on Instagram, if you've been on Facebook, and you've looked at influential sites here and there, you look at one of the most influential sites in Memphis, it is Unapologetically Memphis. And I am joined right now, happy to say, by Marcus Cooks, who runs Unapologetically Memphis. He is joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Marcus, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for joining us. So I want to ask you about Unapologetically Memphis. How was it born? Where did the idea come from? And How long has it been?
It started in July 2019, and I really cranked it up right before the pandemic hit. When the pandemic hit, I started just full time pressing Unapologetically Memphis. But the idea came from just riding around the city and seeing all the good things that the city had, and I feel like people weren't acknowledging those things. So I started saying, okay, I'm gonna start posting about the things that's in the city that's good that people really don't talk about.
So, Marcus, was it the reason why you started it? Was it just to post things that were good, or things that people weren't talking about? Give me more of what some of the reasons behind the reason you started it.
I started because we see so much negativity in the city, and I wanted to, like I said, push some more positive things and show some places that people weren't going or didn't recognize that was there in the city. So that's how Unapologetic Memphis started. Just want to show love all around the city.
Okay, so that seems like a long time ago when you think before the pandemic. Tell me about your perspective now. How has it changed from the moment that you first came up with the idea and where we are today in 2023? How's it changed?
Man, Unapologetic Memphis is funny. You know, like I said, it was just for love at first, but now I ain't gonna say it's so political, but it kind of keep people up on what's going on in politics and a lot of things that's happening in the news that's important for us to know. So it's just a thing where we just want the people to be informed, and you know, sometimes they don't always look at the news, so they call it like the news. So we try to, like, if y'all have stories I see that feel important, I like, let me put this out there so people know this was going on or this was happening. So just to keep the city informed, just try to make everybody come together and make a better city. That's pretty much what we do.
I appreciate that, Marcus, and thank you in advance for putting some of our stuff out there. We really appreciate that. Give me the idea behind the name, Unapologetically Memphis. I like that name.
Man, I think the name was the Black Book of Memphis at first, because it was gonna just showcase a lot of things that's in Memphis, like you got a girlfriend, I'm like, we're gonna show everything that's in Memphis and kind of make it like it's in a black book or whatever. But I was just going through the internet one day, and I was like, I seen Unapologetically Black, and I was like, Unapologetically Memphis, and I like, that sound much better to me. So I like, it's just how Unapologetically Memphis started. Like, I like Unapologetically Memphis, it sound good, and everybody loves the name.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Tell me a little bit about yourself, Marcus. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to high school?
Oh boy, this is gonna be the funny part. So I grew up, I was born, my first residence known was Orange Mound. So before my mom and dad split, I stayed in Orange Mound for about 3 years. They split. Ended up, my grandparents stayed in Olive Branch. So lived in Olive Branch for a while, started going to Olive Branch school. And just back and forth from Olive Branch school. My mom stayed in Whitehaven and dad stayed in Capleville. So I'd be back and forth on the weekends to either one of their houses. So to keep a common ground, I stayed with my grandparents and ended up graduating from Olive Branch High School. So when I got to Olive Branch High School, I liked my friends. Instead of going to Whitehaven, I stayed in Olive Branch. My sister graduated from Whitehaven, but I stayed in Olive Branch because I just wanted to keep the same friends I had grew up with.
That's cool. I love it. So, I mean, you're like, I mean, it's all Memphis and parts of the Mid-South. You're really encompassing it all. Tell me about the goal of your site and how that's evolved over time. It must have been different when you first started it and where it is today, and perhaps maybe what you want it to be eventually.
Man, it's a constantly evolving thing. I get so many issues sent to the DM that I was like, man, I didn't know we had that much reach that people would feel like we can get it to the people so much. But it's always evolving. Like I know the things like us trying to do a festival. You know, the Memphis and May Festival. They canceled it for the 2024. So people reached out like want us to do festivals and just throw kind of events that's family oriented in the city. So it's just like I said, just trying to make Memphis a family again. You know, everybody, you know, my hat say make Memphis safe again. Everybody like Memphis never been safe. I was like, it wasn't, but it was better. It wasn't this. We had some good times in Memphis. I say late 90s, 2000s. Man, I had time of my life in Memphis.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't that long ago where we had homicide rate that was under 100 for the year. 100 for the year, and now it's routinely over 300. This has now become a full-time job for you. Did you ever imagine it would get this big?
Man, it's good to make your hobby turn into your job. So I was like, no, I didn't imagine it being this. I just had an idea. I shot to my friends and a few of my family members. I was like, man, I'm gonna go ahead with this because I feel like it's something good that the city need. And man, it just turned into what it is now and just steady growing.
Let me ask you what some of the feedback has been. Has it been all positive? Has it been negative? Share it with me.
When I get out in the streets or whatever, people usually be like they glad what we doing with Unapologetically Memphis, and just tell me to keep going. You know, it's good encouragement because sometimes I do have negativity in like my DMs, but it ain't that much. But you know, it don't take many negative thoughts to be like, man, do I need to keep doing this or am I making the right choice? But everybody like I was surprised Lane Whitaker and all them guys, they came, you know, we did Sneak Fest this weekend. So a lot of them came and like, man, appreciate what you're doing. Keep doing it. Love it. So that little encouragement keep me doing it.
I think everyone loves the name. People check your site several times a day. It's certainly influential. And congratulations to you for doing all that. We appreciate your feedback and or your comments rather, and love hearing the feedback from everyone. And just looking forward to seeing how it evolves over time. Anything else you want to say to perhaps people who are watching who go to your site pretty frequently?
Man, like I said, man, just make Memphis safe again, man. Let's start loving each other. And like I said, support the new mayor. I think he got some good things coming for the city. I know we're supposed to sit down and talk about some things. So just like I said, let's make Memphis great.
I love it. Let's make Memphis great. Marcus Cook, Unapologetically Memphis. We really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much, and congratulations on the site.
All right, y'all have a good day. Big Memphis.
All right, you do the same. Take care.
Well, any time of the year is a good time to get into positive routines, especially with the family and the kiddos. And one of that includes a financial routine, learning about finances, teaching about finances, and kids that understand the basics of finances can really learn to be independent and also carry a lot of those things later in life to help them succeed. And there are so many tools out there to be able to help families with kids of all ages. And joining me this morning to help talk about it is mom, blogger, and lifestyle expert Nicole Feliciano, joining us with some advice. Good morning, Nicole. How are you doing?
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me today.
So glad to have you. So as a parent, transitioning kids from summer to the back to school routines, it's always a challenge, but it's also a good time to teach them a little bit about money and finances. Tell us more about how.
Sure, it's the perfect time to start talking about math literacy and managing money. So one of the easiest ways to do this is starting with some simple guessing games that teaches them to budget. So when you're at the grocery store or at the gas pump, have the kids guess what the total is going to be. This is the first step in making them aware of how much things cost. And once they know what things cost, they can start learning about setting up a budget.
And I think the biggest challenge is helping kids figure out what's the difference between a want and a need. Is that right?
You are so right. And to do this, we take things offline and we will print out one of our monthly checking statements and review it with our 2 teenage daughters. So in this, we'll look at things that are definitely needs, like paying the mortgage and utility bills that keep that Wi-Fi on, and then show them discretionary items like the new lacrosse cleats or having a dinner out. So those are items that are not going to appear on the budget every month, and helping them understand what is in our family budget is the first step in helping them set up their own.
It's interesting because I've heard about different ideas out there when it comes to teaching your kids. A lot of times, I remember when I was younger, I had an allowance. And I remember doing one interview where they were talking about, you know, I give my kids an allowance, but I also take out money for what they call taxes. And so, I thought that was kind of an interesting concept. But I know there's a lot of different tools out there for kids of all ages to just kind of get started. Can you talk about some of those tools that are maybe out there?
Sure. We've been using Chase products to help navigate teaching our girls about money. One of the products that we love is the Chase First Banking. You can use this for kids as young as 6. And this product is perfect for tweens and kids because it allows parents to set up controls on where and how much their kids spend with their debit cards. Now, for teenagers, there's high school checking and college checking. And these products have no monthly service fee and offer a little bit more independence for kids. They can transfer money with Zelle, they can check balances, they can make payments, all with their Chase app. And then they have the security of knowing it's still linked to their parents' account as well.
And it's so interesting these days because hardly anybody carries cash anymore and everything is online. And I feel like sometimes that creates issues when it comes to like even keeping up with how much money you have, don't have, how much you're spending. And so for kids, like how do you begin to start teaching the value of a dollar when there's really not that physical dollar, a lot's electronic these days?
Yeah, so even though things are still very digital, we rely on that good old tool, allowance. So on Sunday night, we transfer money from our account into the girls' account, and they've got to budget this money for the week. So for our older daughter, who's 17, that means paying for her gas. So she knows like the money's coming in on Sunday, and she's got to make it last for 7 days. This mini budget is the first step for them really becoming accountable and aware of their money.
Some great information, some good tools and tricks to kind of get started. And I love it's really for any age. But where can people go if they're saying, you know, I like a lot of what she was talking about, I want to find out more?
Sure. You can visit chase.com/studentbanking for more information.
Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. According to the American Veterinary Medical Association, approximately 1 in 4 dogs, that's 25% of them, will develop a tumor at some stage in their life. Now, here to talk to us about the first of its kind National Canine Cancer Registry is Dr. Susan Ettinger, a veterinary cancer specialist, and Lisa Conte, Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. So let's hear about the first Gallup survey and how this all works.
Yeah, so the Gallup poll was a survey of over 6,000 people, and about 67% of them were dog owners. So much information was collected. One of the interesting findings, we're looking at the prevalence and incidence of dog cancer. And the prevalence in 2021 for dogs was about 3.4%, which is less than 5% in people. But so interesting and scary was the incidence. So newly diagnosed cancer cases in dogs was 2.8%, which is 5 times what we're seeing in people, which is 0.57%. So we really need this registry so we can understand why we're seeing so much cancer in dogs. We do know that it's unfortunately the #1 reason that dogs will die.
So the registry is a long-term commitment, and it's all about information, about data, about facts. So we can have a better opportunity to assess the risk of cancer in our dogs, which we're hearing is the #1 killer in dogs. And also, so we have the best opportunity for early diagnosis, prevention and treatment options, and overall to provide the best care and comfort to our doggy friends.
So the registry is a retrospective. It started with a review of over 35,000 medical records, and we're reviewing that information for cancer diagnosis, looking at information like the breed of the dog, gender, location, so where do they live, and then all that is entered into a secure database. It's de-identified, so it's all anonymous. And then we're going to continue to collect information, and that's where we need help of the veterinary community. So veterinary clinics can upload information. And if you're a pet owner with a dog that's been diagnosed with cancer, you can also upload your pet's information. And again, everything will be anonymous and it's all free.
So we're launching the registry today. So the response that we have from the Gallup survey, 80% of the respondents want a registry. They understand how important this is to be able to take the best care of their dogs, take the best care of their whole family. Dogs that, when a pet owner gets the diagnosis of cancer in their dogs, about 70% of the time they go into depression. And you think of these dogs are so important for our emotional health, and it sort of reverses that role. So it's takechargeregistry.com. That's where this information can be uploaded. This is the first of its kind in the United States. Registries exist in Europe. So this is a long-term commitment, and we're going to continue to upload data and continue to look at the progress that we're making in treating cancer in dogs, hopefully part of the benefit of having this registry.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here today. Temperatures staying kind of chilly with numbers in the 30s this morning on our way to the middle to upper 40s. Might see a little bit of sun on the backside of the day, but more clouds than not. And a rogue shower chance still possible, primarily for areas south of the I-40 corridor. I want to reemphasize this chance pretty paltry here today. If you're looking for a more widespread rainfall, not far off in the forecast. It'll be in here as we head towards the end of the week. Let's take a look at our first alert futurecast. And again, we might see a passing shower in 1 or 2 spots here today from Clarksdale to Marks up towards Holly Springs and Ripley. But again, most spots will likely remain dry here as we roll through this Wednesday. Clouds will start to break for a couple of peaks of sun late today, and then skies clearing out as we head into the start of tomorrow. We'll get some sunshine for your Thursday, but starting off the day with some areas of fog possible in a couple of spots. As lows drop down into the 20s to near 30 degrees starting off on Thursday morning, those areas could see not just fog, but freezing fog. And that could have some implications along some of the bridges and overpasses, depending on how long it sticks around and, of course, how cold the temperatures will be. But typically, bridges and overpasses would likely be the first spots to see any issues. So we'll watch that closely. It's not a huge impact. It will be patchy in nature, but a couple of spots not out of the realm of possibility here going into the day tomorrow. But we'll rebound with some sunshine, getting back into the 40s yet again for the afternoon hours. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. There are several systems coming down the pipeline here in the coming days. Of course, the first system, we're getting a little isolated shower chance here today. The next one coming down the pipeline is our Friday into Saturday system. This will be just a rainmaker generally for us, but not terribly far away. There will be the potential for some wintry precipitation. Could see some snow flying across portions of central and south Missouri, north central portions of Arkansas, just outside the Action News 5 coverage area by about, say about an hour or so's drive outside the coverage area. But for us, it's going to be all rainfall. You might see a sleet pellet or two mixing in, but other than that, again, just rain with that system pushing through. System pulls away. We got a little weak system that will traverse the region late Saturday into Sunday before some sunshine breaks back out. And yet again, another system coming down the pipeline. This one even stronger as it develops and works its way towards the north. And it will have all elements of every little thing that you could ask for with this system. Severe weather along the Gulf Coast. Rain, some rumbles of thunder here across our neck of the woods, snow up across the Great Lakes, the Ohio River Valley back out towards the east and across the central and northern plains. And then on the backside of that system, as it's pulling away, there might be just enough moisture and there might be just enough cold air and enough dynamic support that we can see a few snowflakes late Tuesday into early Wednesday as that system starts to lift away from us. But guess what? There's yet another one that could be coming down the pipeline like Thursday, Friday of next week. So we're in a very active pattern where you're probably going to see a storm system coming down the pipe every 2 or 3 days. And just in between there, you'll either see a transition day or a day of rest. So let's talk about today. Again, more clouds than not here early on. Temperatures in the 40s with a small chance of a shower, primarily in North Mississippi. We go into your Thursday, again, a day of rest with some sunshine, but we'll start off with the potential for a couple of patches of freezing fog. We go into your Friday, clouds already increasing, rain to come in during the afternoon and evening hours. It's overnight that's just rain all night long, and then we'll transition out of the rain through the day on Saturday. There will be a secondary system, a little clipper that moves through here Saturday night into early Sunday. Generally a day of rest there on Sunday before the next system comes down the pipeline. They'll bring us rain during the afternoon hours of your Monday. Winds will begin to pick up first out of the south. That's going to help to bolster the numbers through the 50s. Then they will turn more northwesterly as we head towards your Tuesday, and that's going to usher in the colder air. 50 the high on Tuesday will happen pretty early, and then we'll tumble from there. And then on the backside of that system, again, the winds are really going to be cranking some gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. All the while, we will keep you updated and alerted to any changes in this forecast, but there's a lot going on here just in the next 7 days. You can find out what's going on in the 10-day forecast on actionnews5.com as well as the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
We always love a good comeback story. We always love a good inspirational story. Well, next up here on the Action News 5 digital desk, that is what we have for you. I am joined now by Shahid Mohammed. He is with us. He is a Memphis native, a native Memphian, and he has quite a story to tell. How are you this morning?
How y'all doing? Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here too. Yes.
I appreciate you being here. So listen, tell me about your story and tell me what you're doing now.
Like everyone know, that I'm from Memphis. I grew up in the streets of Memphis, selling drugs, running the streets, incarcerated. Did a lot of crime. I was locked up at 201 Poplar. I don't know if it's still the penal form, but I was there. I grew up. I spent a lot of time incarcerated, and maybe anywhere from 6 to 8 years. And once I got out of jail, and I went back to the streets and continued to sell drugs. And at age 21, I got shot in my head due to gun violence. And at that moment, I realized that I needed to change. I needed to do something different. And so what I began to do, I began to seek help. I began to go around people who had been where I've been, but they found a new way of living. And I had to be taught. I had to, the lifestyle that I was in, the false beliefs, all those street codes that I was living by, I come to realize it was causing me a lot of harm and a lot of pain on my journey of life. So once I began to take those false beliefs and replace them with new beliefs, my life got better. And once I found my true identity, because I realized that I wasn't a drug dealer, I wasn't a gangbanger, I wasn't born to do those things. And I realized that I had a talent, and that talent was art. So what I learned to do was take my art and use all my anger and my expression and my feelings and emotions, and I put it into my art. And that's where I found my true identity. And through working art, that's how I began to help the youth. I'm a mentor that travel to different schools, different communities, share my story, and we do events with the youth. One of my favorite activities with the community and the youth is we set up drawing pads or easels and canvases, and I asked them to paint a picture of themselves 5 years from now, to kind of like set a seed in their mind to help them, because that will help me. I learned how to draw and paint pictures of how I want to see my life in the future. And for me, that's been working. It's been a rough road, coming out of the street life, but it's a beautiful feeling when you can come out of that life and go back and help the people who don't know how to come out of that life, because I wasn't just addicted to the drugs. I was addicted to the lifestyle. I was addicted to the, go ahead.
Let me ask you, let me jump in and ask you a little bit more about your story, because I find your story can be very inspirational and have a big time impact on so many people out there. And I'm so glad to hear that you're a mentor now, Shahid. So you were selling drugs, you were incarcerated, you got out, and then there was a time where you said you were shot, and then you turned to hardcore drugs, and you were and then when you were shot, you got blind in one eye, you were
Yes.
partially paralyzed, and you were homeless on the streets. At what point what was the one thing that forced you to turn around your life? Was there any one moment? Was there any one thing? Or perhaps one person?
One of the things that really hit me to the core was I seen the pain in my mother's eyes. I seen the hurt in her eyes. I seen and not only just her, I seen the pain in what happened to me in my life, where it, because like I said, I was a drug dealer. I was used to having money. I was used to having cars, and I was used to being productive. And for me to become homeless and be amongst, the homeless people and being around, and I became homeless once I seen how me selling drugs and how drugs affected people. And now that I'm a product of my own environment, as far as being homeless, selling drugs, doing drugs, once I experienced what a drug dealer does to the community, I wanted to change. I wanted to, and not only that, I just didn't want to be that. I didn't want to be a homeless person suffering. And when I knew there was a way out, I knew others that had been on drugs, been homeless, and I just needed hope. And the only thing that I found that there was hope for me was I had to find a higher power. I began to pray and ask the Creator to help me find a new way, because homelessness and drug addiction, and not just that, the street life, because when I was coming up, I thought I really supposed to have been a drug dealer. And when you're in that lifestyle, you don't think your environment, and when you're in an environment and that's all you think that it's okay. But once you begin to live life and see that there's other things that you can do outside of that lifestyle, you find other ways. Like I said, I come back and forth to Memphis, and I see the crime in Memphis. And one of the things I would just like to say to the youth, it pains to see how that lifestyle teaches us to kill each other, and they don't value life. Life is so beautiful. But my mindset was there at one point in my life where I toted guns, I shot, I did, crime with gun violence. But I'm 47 now. And when I look back, when I was 21, when I got shot, if I would have died at age 21, I would have missed out on life. I would have missed so many things. And, it just saddens me to, not just in Memphis, it's all over, the gun violence. And that's one of the purpose of me creating these comic books, to help people see the consequences, and also far as me being a person that you can come out of it and change your life.
Yes, Shahid, absolutely. I love your story. You went back to school, you got your GED, and then you enrolled in college for art. You've published several comic books, and a lot of it, from what I understand, is about your life.
Yes.
Briefly, tell me where you grew up in Memphis, the neighborhood, and what, as a mentor, what do you want to say to the youth out there?
I grew up in South Memphis, and we moved to North Memphis. South Memphis around the Hamilton area. I think it's called Bunker Hill. The Bunker Hill area, around Hamilton Junior High and High School. And then when we moved to North Memphis, it was in Watkins and Browns. And from Watkins and Brown, I moved to Whitehaven, off Mill Branch and Winchester. And like I said, my experience, so one of the reasons that I relocated was because after being incarcerated for 8 years, getting shot, doing drugs, I felt like maybe I need to change. Maybe I need to change scenery. Maybe I need to see something different. Because like I said, when I was selling drugs, I couldn't leave the block. I stayed on the block. I felt like I was missing something on the block, but the block wasn't where life was at once I left Memphis. And I began to see other nationalities, other cultures, other cities. And I was, you know, so with that, like I said, I went back to school. You know,
Yeah.
I started seeing street artists. I started sketching art, and you know, some people told me, you should go back to school, man, and school will help you. And like I said, when I went back to school, this was a true story. I went back to school because I hadn't been to school in years. So I went back to school when I was like 38, 37, 38. I took the GED test and I failed it. And I stopped going. And true story, it was like 2 weeks later, this lady named Miss Hyman, you know, she called my cell phone and I wasn't gonna even answer the phone, but I answered it. It was a private number. She told me to come back to school, and I went back to school. And I told her I didn't know how. I felt like the test was too hard, so she taught me how to take a test. And from there I went to college, man. And like I said, I was on the block, and I come from the streets. So for me to be sitting in someone's college, around something that I dreamed of doing, when I was selling drugs, I wish I could go to school, but my mind told me that I wasn't capable of doing those things. But once I put my mind to it, like I said, I stayed in college for 4 years. You know, I went to college in Nashville, then I came to New York and went to college. And once, you know, like I said, that right there helped me break those old beliefs and old patterns and old uh behaviors. You know, that's something else that I had to learn. I had to learn to break the old habits, the behaviors, you know.
Yeah.
And
Shahid, tell me what you want to accomplish with these comic books that you've written. Is there a goal in mind?
well, the goal is to leave a blueprint for the youth, you know, not just for the youth, anybody that's stuck in that street life. Because one thing I learned that, you know, a lot of people don't want to be in the streets. But if you don't know nothing else, um, you just stick with what you know. So the books are designed to lead trails and blueprints on what happened to me and how I came out of that type of lifestyle, you know. And in every book that I write, see, each comic book is a series of different moments of my life, telling different areas of my life, from my childhood, from the drug dealer to the homelessness, living on the streets, and how I was able to start being motivated to go and seek help. And one of the hardest things that I ever had to admit to myself was I needed help.
So let me ask you this, because we only have a few seconds left.
Okay,
Where
cool,
can people
cool.
find your comic books?
My books are available on Amazon.com, and also Lulu.com. And a couple of my books are called Graffiti Elementary Comic Book 1, 2, and 3. I got a new book out called Cracked Dope Boy Residues. Is available on Amazon. And I also have a book called Real Friends, North Park Zane comic book. They're all available on Lulu.com and also Amazon.com. And also in the future, I plan on creating this documentary to also go along with the books to help people see or have a visual of what it was like for being a part of that lifestyle.
Okay, Ashahid Mohammed, we really appreciate you opening up to us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk.
Yes.
Incredible story, incredible inspiration. Thank you for giving back and
Mm-hmm.
mentoring the youth who desperately need it right now. We appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you. Here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Do you know what that is? Does anybody out there know what that is? It looks like a submarine, doesn't it? It's actually Regional 1's Wound Care Center, the Hyperbaric Chamber Facility. In fact, it is the only facility in Tennessee where patients can receive treatment in a multi-place hyperbaric oxygen chamber, accommodating up to 12 patients at one time. This is an incredible state-of-the-art facility. It's also state-of-the-art therapy that delivers additional oxygen to the bloodstream, which really sparks the body's own healing process, making it possible to heal various wounds and conditions that have failed with other treatments. Let's bring in Dr. Tony Aliman, Medical Director of the Wound Care Center at Regional 1 Health. Dr. Aliman, good morning. How are you?
Good, very good. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you being there. I like your background very much. And, you know, many people might not know anything about hyperbaric oxygen therapy. Tell us what that is.
So what we can do is put people in our chamber in the background that you see, and we deliver them 100% oxygen to help a variety of conditions. For example, diabetic foot wounds, carbon monoxide poisoning, central retinal artery occlusion, sudden sensory neural hearing loss. There's a lot of things that we can help by giving them high dose oxygen under pressure.
And how does oxygen help heal wounds that people have?
Well, after a certain number of treatments, the oxygen will help the body start growing new blood vessels into tissues that are oxygen deficient. So if it senses there's a wound and the wound is there because of a lack of oxygen, if it doesn't have enough oxygen, it can't heal. So the body senses that, and it grows blood vessels into these areas, and that's how it helps them heal.
That sounds fantastic. And we're looking at the facility that you have there at Regional 1 Health. Can you talk about some of the advantages of having a multi-place oxygen chamber? I've never really heard about that.
Sure. Well, we can treat more than one patient at a time. And the beauty about these is that you can have a nurse or a technician or more than one nurse in there for, say, a critical care patient. We have somebody on a ventilator. You'd have to have a nurse in there to tend to the patient's needs while they're getting their treatment. Some places will treat critical care in monoplace chambers, but you don't have access to them in the event that you have a medical emergency.
You mentioned some of the conditions that this therapy can help. Can you tell us a little bit more about some of the other conditions, maybe some that you've personally dealt with in your capacity?
I think this hyperbaric oxygen started by treating decompression sickness. So divers occasionally will get decompression sickness when they're diving, and they either come up too fast or stay down too long, etc. And so it first started as an application to treat decompression sickness. Since then, we found that it can treat a lot of other conditions. We have treated some decompression sickness in this chamber. We have treated air gas embolus, crush injuries, a lot of what we call compromised flaps, where tissues aren't getting enough blood flow right after they have surgery. If the surgeons are trying to cover an area, and the blood supply is compromised to some degree.
What about some of the specific cases that you've dealt with, and how have some of those cases worked to the betterment of the patient that you've had to deal with?
So I had one gentleman who had radiation to his throat, and he had so much swelling in his vocal cords that he required a tracheostomy. And this man came to us, all he wanted to do was get back to work. So we gave him 30 treatments of oxygen. And at the end of his treatment, they took his tracheostomy out and he was back to work. Another gentleman had bleeding from his rectum due to radiation. And when he first came in, he was in a wheelchair. And within 2 weeks, he was walking. And within 6 weeks, he was back to work. So these are life-changing events that can help patients for the problems that it's indicated.
Describe a treatment session. I mean, is it something over a long period of time? Is it something that's really fast? Take us through it.
So a patient will go into our chamber and we put on a clear plastic hood over their head and they get oxygen through some hoses. One brings the oxygen in and the other one exhausts it out. The treatment lasts about 2 hours, give or take a few minutes, and it depends on how long it takes them to get down and come back up if somebody's having problems clearing their ears. But it takes about 2 hours. They can, if we have enough place, they can lay down, they can sleep, they can read, and we even have a TV in there they can watch TV.
That's not bad. All right,
Yeah.
in some of these serious cases, doctor, you talk about various people being able to do things after traumatic injury. How many treatments does a patient need typically?
Well, it depends on the condition that we're treating. If we're treating decompression sickness, they may get 1 or 2, maybe 3 treatments, rarely more than that. If we're treating, say, a crush injury from trauma, they'll get about 14 treatments. If we're treating a diabetic foot wound, they're going to get probably about 30 treatments. And a lot of the radiation traumas will get 40 treatments. So it depends on the condition that determines how many treatments a patient would need.
Anything else you want to touch on, doctor, before we let you go?
No, other than it's probably the best kept secret in Memphis. The number one, that we have this chamber. Some of the doctors in our hospital, I don't think even know that we have this chamber. But the other thing is that there's so many conditions that it can help. And my job as medical director of the Regional 1 Center is to inform other doctors how we can help their patients and get them better faster.
All right. All right, Dr. Tony Aliman, Medical Director, Wound Care Center at Regional 1 Health. I appreciate you breaking it down for us, the hyperbaric chamber therapy and what it does and how it helps so many people across the Mid-South. Thanks very much for the knowledge this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here today. Temperatures staying kind of chilly with numbers in the 30s this morning on our way to the middle to upper 40s. Might see a little bit of sun on the backside of the day, but more clouds than not. And a rogue shower chance still possible, primarily for areas south of the I-40 corridor. I want to reemphasize this chance pretty paltry here today. If you're looking for a more widespread rainfall, not far off in the forecast. It'll be in here as we head towards the end of the week. Let's take a look at our first alert futurecast. And again, we might see a passing shower in one or two spots here today from Clarksdale to Marks up towards Holly Springs and Ripley. But again, most spots will likely remain dry here as we roll through this Wednesday. Clouds will start to break for a couple of peaks of sun late today, and then skies clearing out as we head into the start of tomorrow. We'll get some sunshine for your Thursday, but starting off the day with some areas of fog possible in a couple of spots as lows drop down into the 20s to near 30 degrees starting off on Thursday morning. Those areas could see not just fog, but freezing fog, and that could have some implications along some of the bridges and overpasses depending on how long it sticks around and of course how cold the temperatures will be. But typically bridges and overpasses would likely be the first spots to see any issues. So we'll watch that closely. It's not a huge impact. It will be patchy in nature, but a couple spots not out of the realm of possibility here going into the day tomorrow. But we'll rebound with some sunshine, getting back into the 40s yet again for the afternoon hours. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. There are several systems coming down the pipeline here in the coming days. Of course, the first system, we're getting a little isolated shower chance here today. The next one coming down the pipeline is our Friday into Saturday system. This will be just a rainmaker generally for us, but not terribly far away. There will be the potential for some wintry precipitation. Could see some snow flying across portions of central and south Missouri, north central portions of Arkansas, just outside the Action News 5 coverage area by about, say about an hour or so's drive outside the coverage area. But for us, it's going to be all rainfall. You might see a sleet pellet or two mixing in, but other than that, again, just rain with that system pushing through. System pulls away. We get a little weak system that will traverse the region late Saturday into Sunday before some sunshine breaks back out. And yet again, another system coming down the pipeline. This one even stronger as it develops and works its way towards the north. And it will have all elements of every little thing that you could ask for with this system. Severe weather along the Gulf Coast. Rain, some rumbles of thunder here across our neck of the woods, snow up across the Great Lakes, the Ohio River Valley back out towards the east and across the central and northern plains. And then on the backside of that system, as it's pulling away, there might be just enough moisture and there might be just enough cold air and enough dynamic support that we can see a few snowflakes late Tuesday into early Wednesday as that system starts to lift away from us. But guess what? There's yet another one that could be coming down the pipeline like Thursday, Friday of next week. So we're in a very active pattern where you're probably going to see a storm system coming down the pipe every 2 or 3 days. And just in between there, you'll either see a transition day or a day of rest. So let's talk about today. Again, more clouds than not here early on. Temperatures in the 40s with a small chance of a shower, primarily in North Mississippi. We go into your Thursday, again, a day of rest with some sunshine, but we'll start off with the potential for a couple of patches of freezing fog. We go into your Friday, clouds already increasing, rain to come in during the afternoon and evening hours. It's overnight that's just rain all night long, and then we'll transition out of the rain through the day on Saturday. There will be a secondary system, a little clipper that moves through here Saturday night into early Sunday. Generally a day of rest there on Sunday before the next system comes down the pipeline. They'll bring us rain during the afternoon hours of your Monday. Winds will begin to pick up first out of the south. That's going to help to bolster the numbers through the 50s. Then they will turn more northwesterly as we head towards your Tuesday, and that's going to usher in the colder air. 50 the high on Tuesday will happen pretty early, and then we'll tumble from there. And then on the backside of that system, again, the winds are really going to be cranking some gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. All the while, we will keep you updated and alerted to any changes in this forecast, but there's a lot going on here just in the next 7 days. You can find out what's going on in the 10-day forecast on actionnews5.com as well as the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
Morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. As families gather for the holidays, it's an ideal time to talk about how best to care for your loved ones and how to make their home comfortable and safe for years to come. It's an interesting topic, especially during this holiday season. Let's bring in two people who know it well, home renovation expert Ty Pennington and AARP's family and caregiving expert Amy Goyer. They're joining us to talk about the top home improvement ideas for older Americans and how to assess your loved one's need this holiday season. Good morning. How are you two?
Doing great. Thanks for having us.
Nice to be here.
Appreciate you being here. So let's talk about how you begin this conversation, because it can be kind of tough at any time of year, especially during the holiday season. Amy, we'll begin with you.
Yes, I always say it's important to talk early and often because you want to talk about things when you're not in the middle of a crisis. Nobody can make decisions when you're in that. And also because your loved one's wishes may change over time. That's why it's important to revisit it often. What you talked about the holidays. The holidays might be a really good time to observe what's going on in your loved one's life. Are they safe in the home? What are their needs? What do they need some support with? And maybe have that conversation, or at least let's say you're talking about your aging parent, maybe you're going to have that conversation with your siblings who are together for the holidays. As you do this, think about, if you want to have that conversation, who needs to be a part of that conversation? My grandmother my uncle was the person who she listened to on certain things, and so he always needed to be a part of that conversation. Maybe it's the lawyer or the doctor or somebody that, they feel comfortable with. And really talk to them about what the options are. What are the solutions? If we want you to stop driving, here's what how you're going to get around. If we think that you're having trouble with the stairs, here's what we are going to propose on how we're going to adjust that. We're going to get a stair lift, or we're going to move your bedroom down to the first floor. So have some really practical and solid solutions for them. And then, the other thing is to make sure that you approach this in a mode of love and concern. We're all in this together. Yeah. We all have the same goal. We want our loved ones to be as independent as possible for as long as possible. And, you're not here to tell them what to do. Use I statements. Don't say, you shouldn't be doing this. Ty's experienced this with his mom.
Well, yeah, parents don't really like their offspring to tell them what they should be doing. So I think having the conversation was like, we've noticed that, you're struggling with this. If we did this, would it make things a lot easier? And I think in the long run, your loved ones aren't going to ask for it, but they know they need it as well.
So Ty, you're well known to the HDTV audience. You have a very popular program on there. What's your best way, since you've been a part of this in your own personal life, what's the best way to assess or prioritize a loved one's need in this kind of situation?
Well, I think you have to do exactly what you said. You have to prioritize, right? And so I think most of the time it's pretty obvious which ones are sort of the most critical. I think you run into the bathroom situation, which is like, look, is the door wide enough to even get into to have mobility, especially if they're already starting to use a cane or a wheelchair? Does that have accessibility? Some things are as simple as, like, does it have safety bars so that they can hold on to something when they're sitting down on the toilet, or even a riser pad on the toilet to make life getting up or sitting down so much easier. And then it's just transition of getting in the home, right? So if you've got to go upstairs, that just becomes it's sort of a nightmare, because your fear is they're going to fall. And that could happen whether it's a slippery tile, it could be a loose rug. So it's those kind of things, but it can all come down to lighting. It can also come down to whether or not they have smart technology so it can help them sort of control the environment in their home. But in my mom's case, too, sometimes it's a respiratory issue. So you have to focus more on the quality of the air they're breathing and putting in something like a HEPA filter. So it's really about seeing where they are sort of in their journey of aging with the house that they're in, and prioritizing, like, what can we spend with the budget that we have now, and then just sort of gradually adapt that home. 'em, to get better with age the same way they are.
So, Yeah, and you mentioned that, Ty. I want to follow up with that and open this next question to both of you. You mentioned that, with a budget, especially with inflation being so sky high, renovations can be very daunting. Let's talk about simple improvements to make a home safer for the family and aging loved ones. Ty, let's begin with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing, you think about is like, how can we make accessibility just to get in the house easier, right? I think a ramp is pretty affordable thing you can do, whether you're doing it out of wood or there's aluminum. There's also just actually doing landscaping and pavers that go right up to your door. Sometimes that's the easiest way. But I would say accessibility, sometimes just letting them have the independence to be able to do their own laundry so that they don't feel like they're just being taken care of and being, looked after all the time. Maybe moving the washer and dryer to a location that's accessible to them so that it's not up or downstairs. But yeah, like going as big as putting in an elevator, that's a lot of money. That's something that, you really want to sort of put to the back burner. If at all possible, they can still move around in a ramp situation. I think that's going to save you a lot of money. However, you got to remember what you spend on this house that is your own family's house will be passed down to the next generation that's aging, compared to what does it cost to house a family member in another location in a home. And so that's what you have to weigh. Like, what is it going to cost you a year to do that compared to the renovating of a home that's going to be in your family as everybody starts to age?
And, there are sometimes some supports to help pay for some of this. My dad was a veteran. The VA provided ramps for us, and they were these kind of rubber things that fit together like Legos, and they were threshold ramps, but they were vital for us. And the VA actually provided a lot of other supports, including a small grant to help with a bathroom remodel. There may be some supports through the Area Agency on Aging, some local organizations that will help provide ramps or build ramps. So make sure that you reach out and see if there's some supports available in your community.
Yeah, and I think during the holidays, the best thing is just observe, see where they're struggling. If they want to be part of the kitchen experience, like lower countertops, lower table, have them a place to sit where they can cut vegetables. So I think the holidays is a good time to sort of assess.
You guys are giving some great advice for our viewers that are tuning in right now. Where can people go for more information? Because you guys have hit on all kinds of great topics.
Well, visit arp.org/caregiving, and there you're going to find all of our supports, our tips, and our tools, and I have a column there. We have lots of things to talk about care at home and how to make the home safe and make it usable for caregiving as we age. So be sure to visit us there.
Okay, Ty, anything from your perspective?
I would just say keep an eye on your loved ones. I mean, it's interesting how they childproof and made everything safe when we were younger, and now we're doing it for them as they're older. It's love, it never ends.
Really appreciate the conversation this morning. A lot of useful ideas, a lot of useful tips. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
So we are about to enter winter season, and during the season we know that there's all kinds of viruses, there's all kinds of sicknesses out there, and so we're doing our best to try and keep ourselves and our family healthy. But what happens if your child is sick and they say, "Mom or Dad, I'm sick," and how can you determine whether your child is physically sick or if it's more of a mental health issue. Let's talk more about that right now with clinical psychologist Dr. Andrea Bonnier. She's joining us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk. So what's the first step that parents should take if they suspect their child's not feeling well? Dr. Bonnier, good morning.
Good morning to you. Thanks for having me. So in terms of first steps as a mom, definitely my first step is to go to my medicine cabinet, and I always have those Binax Now COVID-19 self-tests by Abbott there because you want to test and have the peace of mind to know what you're dealing with and be empowered. Whenever there's sniffles or some sort of medical symptom, you can also, of course, consult with a healthcare provider for extra information. But as you mentioned, a lot of times the kids are dealing with emotional stressors, and this can show up in physical ways. So we want to be able to have a conversation about that as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, because normally, I mean, I have 2 children, and it's like, okay, if they're sick, all right, let's figure out what's bothering them and maybe what we can do if there's some physical symptoms versus other symptoms as well.
Exactly. So you want to make it feel safe and comfortable for them to talk about feelings. I think sometimes this is easier said than done, but we want to open up a dialogue where we're not accusing them or assuming that they're just trying to get out of school, but we really want to hear what's going on in their lives. We can ask them what's important to them, what's coming up for you, what's been on your mind. There might be a holiday party or some sort of exam that's coming up that is really stressing them out. So the key is really to create a situation where they feel comfortable talking about feelings and they feel like it's okay to do so.
What about when it comes to a parent determining, doctor, that there's in fact a mental health issue? Then what direction do we go with that?
Yeah, and this is hard because a lot of kids might not be able to explicitly say that that's what's going on. So a lot of times too, it's important to watch and listen. If you see patterns, you see changes in behavior, or changes in their eating or their sleeping patterns, changes in their social lives. But really, if they're going to take a mental health day or have a day off from school, it's important that it's not just a free pass off from school. It's important that we treat it as a healing day. What can we do to actually cope better? How can we strengthen you? How can we maybe get you additional support if you need it? How can we learn some relaxation exercises or really become more aware of your feelings and how to manage them? That way, when they go back to school, they'll feel more energized and actually like the problem is a little bit more solved than if they were just trying to avoid school. Because when they just avoid and they don't feel like they're working on it, then it gets harder to go back.
Okay, Dr. Bonnier, let's just kind of overview for the thousands of people who are joining us on the digital desk. If their child's not feeling sick this winter season, we got viruses, we got COVID, the flu, RSV, that sort of thing. Give me maybe 2 or 3 bullet points of what we should do.
Yeah, so talk to them, have those COVID-19 self-tests by Abbott, those Binax Now COVID-19 tests on hand. Make it okay for them to speak with you about their feelings. And also, additionally, Abbott has some resources at rapidtest.abbott/BinaxNow to help navigate this tricky time when there's so much going around mentally and physically.
Okay, Dr. Andrea Bonnier, clinical psychologist, we appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too.
now I want to focus on raising a future service dog. It is something that isn't as daunting as you might think. In fact, there's an organization, and it's called PenFed Foundation. It's a nonprofit for veterans, and they are talking about the process of raising a service dog and how businesses can help by allowing service dogs to be raised in the workplace and just brighten everybody's day. I'm joined now by a couple of people who are very much involved in all of this. This is James Skank and Andrea McCarran, and a very cute pilot there. Good morning to you all. Let me guess, Pilot is one of those service dogs in training, and Pilot is so cute. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Pilot is 9 weeks old, our newest recruit at the PenFed Foundation. And basically what you're looking at, that's the face of independence and hope for a veteran or someone else with a disability. Right now, there's a 2-year wait list for a highly trained service dog, and Canine Companions gives them to people who need them free of charge. And what the delay is all about is there aren't enough volunteer puppy raisers like me. And so we're trying to demystify the process and let people know that anyone can do it, no dog training experience required.
Tell me about the process of becoming a puppy raiser and what sort of training you actually need in order to pull this off.
You absolutely don't need any training, Andrew. You just need to welcome an adorable puppy like this from roughly age 8 weeks to 18 months. And the most important thing for volunteer puppy raisers like me is socializing them. If you think about a typical day in the life of a veteran or someone else with a disability, they want to go to the grocery store, go to movies, restaurants, travel on planes, trains, going to live sporting events, concerts. So that's what I do with each of the service dogs I raise and train. And after 18 months, they go on for about 6 months of formal training where they learn really fantastic life-changing skills.
A 2-year waiting list, my goodness. So there's certainly a demand, there's certainly a need. How long does it take to train one of these dogs?
It takes as Andrea said, it takes about 18 months to socialize them, and about 6 months after that where they go back to Canine Companions for specialized training, which they'll learn up to 50 skills to help our veterans. What America needs is more corporations to allow their employees to bring service dogs in training to work each and every day. If every corporation had 1 or 2 dogs, we're up to our 9th dog now. But if every corporation, whether a small business, medium-sized, or a large business, had a few dogs across America, we could really make a dent in this demand for these service members who've given so much for their lives to give them a service dog to provide them a better quality of life.
Can you talk more about what it does for the veterans out there? I mean, to have a service dog. We know what it does for our newsroom. Every time we have a dog here that's about to go on TV from the local shelter, it brightens everybody's mood. But I know it's much more serious. And, you know, with PTSD and some of these veterans coming back, this is something vital for them.
Well, that's where those very specialized skills come in. We teach them a whole array of PTSD commands. So if a veteran, for example, is having night terrors, the dog has been trained to pull down their comforter, turn on the light switch, and then climb on top of them until they are comforted. They can fetch a bottle of water out of a refrigerator, opening the door, getting the bottle, closing the door. They can take things up off the floor that maybe a veteran has dropped, perhaps from a wheelchair, credit card, keys, a cell phone. They just provide independence and, of course, companionship. And in the workplace, just like with your newsroom, it increases morale having a dog around, especially a dog with such an important mission, and it lowers everybody's blood pressure, and research shows that it even increases productivity.
I love seeing this video of little Pilot getting trained there in the workplace. That's fantastic. Okay, so we have thousands of people.
He will be socialized as well. In fact, he is looking forward to attending his first Memphis Grizzlies game in January.
Oh, fantastic. I love hearing that. I love hearing that. So if people want to go for more information, perhaps getting involved and being a part of raising a service dog, because we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here, how do they go about the process of starting?
Go to our website, penfedfoundation.org. We have a lot of information, but it really is for an employee to talk to their employer, to be able to, again, socializing. No specialized skills are needed, but the employer saying, okay, at PenFed, we pay for the veterinary bills and pay for the food, but we give the employees the opportunity to bring these service dogs in training to the workplace. From a staff meeting to a board meeting, they have really been positive for morale over these past 5 years. I can't encourage it enough across America.
And two colleagues can even co-race together.
Oh, I love that idea. Okay, James Skank, Andrea McCarron, we really appreciate you joining us, as well as Pilot there on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Happy holidays. Thanks so very much, and have a great 2024.
Happy holidays.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. 9:01 is the time. Of course it is, right? 36 degrees. As we take a look from our High 5 camera, Midtown Memphis, Liberty Bowl there off in the distance. Well, I guess it's now Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, but it's off in the distance, whichever way you call it. And it reminds me of so many great memories we have in the Mid-South. Perhaps you have some great memories from the Liberty Bowl as well. I want to get right now to, hang on a second, let me pull myself back up here and let's see, there we go. I want to talk a little bit about some of those memories that we all share in Memphis and the Mid-South, whether it's the Liberty Bowl, whether it's hanging out downtown, Midtown, as a youngster, as perhaps someone who's just going out in the workforce. Some of the things that bring us together, not only our sporting events, but those festivals that we love each and every time we go to them. In fact, during the beginning of the year, we talk about different festivals that we need to make sure we have in our calendar coming up that following year. And the person to join us right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to make sure we got the festivals earmarked for 2024 is Jennifer Chandler, joining us once again on the Digital Desk. Happy New Year to you, Jennifer. How was your break?
It was great. Happy New Year to you as well. It was nice to be with family and friends and take a few days off here and there. And now it's time to get ready for 2024. It's all in full gear starting today.
I know. I've been working since Monday. It's all good. We are ready to go. And those festivals that we love in the Mid-South and in Memphis, they're just so enjoyable. And I understand that is one of the topics you got today, right? Or the topic.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is amazing how many cool things that we have going on all the time in Memphis, just in regular, but then also festival-wise. And, you know, one of the things that I was going to point out is I have a list that will be up on the Commercial Appeals website tomorrow on Tuesday. What's tomorrow? I can't even think of my day. Thursday. And it is of 22 food and drink festivals that need to be in your calendar. Those are just food and drink festivals. There's so many other things that are cool that go on in town, but we are a foodie city. So, of course, we have plenty of food-related festivals to attend to. So I'm going to start with my list with one that is coming up next week. The Museum of Science and History, which I still call the Pink Palace, has really great events that they do every year. And, you know, it's one of those things, they need to be on your calendar if you've ever been to them. The planners over there they go all out. And they have two really cool events. one that happens in January and one that happens usually in September, that need to be on your calendar. And of course, since it's a museum of science, the title of these are, the first one is The Science of Beer, and it is scheduled for January 12th. And you will go in and you will get to taste beer. There will be good food, but then you also learn, as you go around, you can learn about the science behind making beer, and it's always very cool. So it's a fun educational event that I always love to go to. And it's also, what's nice about it, it's casual. So you can go in blue jeans and a sweater and have fun with your friends. It's a really great thing to attend. They also have a Science of Wine Festival event that happens in September usually. That date is yet to be announced. But again, just like the Science of Beer, not only do you get to taste your favorite libation, whether it's beer or wine, depending on which event, but you get great food and you get to learn the science behind your favorite beverage. So those are really, really cool events that are affordable and casual that need to be on your calendar. And plus, they support the mission of the museum. So they're fundraisers for the museum. So not only are you having a good time, but you're supporting a good cause. Moving on about supporting good causes, these next two events I'm going to talk about are fine dining festivals like none other. And neither one of these happen every year, and they're both happening in 2024. So the first one is Le Bon Appetit. So this is a fundraiser that is done for Le Bonheur and Children's Hospital. Kelly English helped start it and found it. Gosh, I forget what number year this is, but it's been happening. It's happened several times. This year, it's going to be at the Kent, which is a venue downtown, on June 8th. And it's a really cool event because Kelly English invites his friends in the restaurant community from around the country. We have Memphis chefs involved, but we also have people that come in town for this event. And it's really cool because the chefs get to go and they get to tour the hospital. They have a thing that they do with patients that is almost like a cook-off contest. Think about Chopped kind of scenario going on that they do with the kids. So they really get involved and they really showcase what a world-class hospital that we have in Le Bonheur here in Memphis and how lucky we are to have it. So it's a really, really cool event. New this year is, it's usually just been the tasting event that they do, but they've added another component to it this year called Late Night. And so that will be another set of chefs, and it will have cocktails, and it'll make the party keep going throughout the evening. So definitely put June 8th on your calendar if it is not already. So moving to the next fine dining event that we are really lucky to have in town, it's the Memphis Food and Wine Festival. And this year it's set for October 19th. And this event is held at the Botanic Gardens and the Radiance Amphitheater. That's where they have Live at the Garden. And it's in that beautiful, kind of grassy grove area. It is a world-class event like no other. The organizers, Wally Joe of Acre and Jose Gutierrez of River Oaks, they have been the spearheaded chefs, the chefs that are spearheading this event that's happened several times. And they bring chefs from around not only the country, but the world that come in, and you just have this fabulous tasting event. And if you love wine, this is an event you really need to go to because they have a huge collection of vintners that come from around the country, and they're not just serving one wine. Most of them are serving anywhere from like 6 to 10 wines from their portfolio. You can look at these pictures and you can see, the food is absolutely amazing. It is like eating at a 5-star restaurant outdoors. They have music that is really Memphis centric. It's just a really cool event that is helping put Memphis on the culinary map as a destination, not just for barbecue and our soul food, but for fine dining. It's a really, really cool event to attend. And they've somehow lucked out every year and had perfect weather. So hopefully this year, it's always the same weekend. It's just a gorgeous night to be outside under the stars, enjoying fine wine and this great food. So I'm going to switch back to a casual event that is happening in June called Craft Food and Wine Festival. And Christina McCarter, who had city tasting tours and now has Feast and Graze, which is a charcuterie board shop, she started this festival a number of years ago. I feel like it's in its 5th year, maybe. And it happens downtown. It happens in the Columns, which is in that old One Commerce Square building that's been there forever. I think it was the NBC Bank building for a long time, Memphians. And it's in that lobby. It's a really beautiful event venue. And this event is casual. And what it's really great about it is it showcases Memphis food artisans. So you can go and you can meet the people that are making the jams and jellies, the charcuterie, the cheeses, the ice creams, the dips, all the things that you love that you buy at the grocery store that are Memphis made originals. The people that make these things are at this event, and it's really great. You can taste things. It's also a shopping experience. There is wine, there is beer, there is music. It's just a lot of fun. And it's a casual event that you can go to. And again, it's on June 23rd. One of my favorite events because you really get to know people, the way it's set up. You get to know the people behind your favorite foods. And next on my list, I'm going to be talking about dining weeks. So Memphis now not has one, not two, but the Memphis area has 3 dining weeks that are coming up this year in 2024 that really should be on your calendar because they're great. A dining week is a great opportunity to revisit some of your old favorite restaurants, but also try something new with usually getting a special and a deal somehow. So the first one is a new one that is coming up this month in January is the DeSoto County Dining Week, and it will be on January 21st through 27th. I'm still trying to get all the details. I'll have a story on it coming out soon, but it will be the first annual DeSoto County Dining Week, and it's one of those things if you live in the city of Memphis and you don't go into DeSoto County in Mississippi very often, you are selling yourself a little short. This whole area is booming, and so many restaurants are opening down there. And really great food. It used to be when you thought about, South Haven and Hernando and Olive Branch, you kind of thought about chain restaurants. But now there are so many locally owned establishments there that are so good. You can see you're scrolling down this list about how many different places that you could go and check out. So I'm really excited about this dining week. The next one that needs to be on your calendar is the Black Restaurant Week, and that is on March 17th through 23rd. And this is an annual event that happens, and it really highlights the Black-owned restaurants here in Memphis. And there are so many, and they're doing so many things. There's, it ranges from, soul food and barbecue to fine dining to there's just a lot going on by our Black restaurant community here that is worth checking out. And it's fun to see this week highlighted. Memphian Cynthia Daniels plans this one. And as I said, it's been going on for years. And it's really, really a great opportunity to highlight a different segment of restaurants that you may or may not have tried out before. And the last one on my list is Downtown Dining Week. And the date has not been set yet, but it is the first week in November. And again, like the others, a great time to go try something new, a great time to try something, revisit something old. With that one, they usually do a special that's related to the year. So there will probably be some multi-course dinners that are available, menus that are available for $20.24. So they kind of do some different things about that, but that's kind of the general rule of thumb for Downtown Dining Week. But as I mentioned, I have 22 different things listed in this story that'll be coming up on memphisnews.com, commercialappeal.com. It's at Memphis News on social media. And so many things to do. And I can't remiss without mentioning that this year, not only do we have one, but we have 2 barbecue festivals. So mid-May, it's going to be an interesting time that you can be going between Midtown and Downtown and deciding which one you like better. It's going to be a very interesting thing. Maybe we can look at it as we get the best of both worlds. We get our World Championship barbecue contest that we've known for years and loved, which is moving to Liberty Park. But we also get to have the experience of being downtown at Tomley Park at the new yet to be named festival.
You know, every time we talk festivals, Jennifer, I just realize that I don't go out enough. I need to go more to these festivals. Like, I mean, I've been to the Science of Beer, and I would recommend everyone get a designated driver for that. But it's always so fun and so festive and so enjoyable. You know, the Downtown Dining Week, Black Restaurants Week, certainly been a part of that. But all these other ones, I mean, you got 22, and you probably could have done more than that. I mean, it is it's so wonderful to go to these festivals all across, isn't it?
And I have one I need to mention that I know that you're involved in is Memphis Greek Festival has always been in May, and it's in September this year. They moved the date. So know it's coming when you don't see it's happening this year. So when you don't see it's happening in May this year. It is coming, but in the fall.
Perfect. I love that. Appreciate you saying that. And wow, I can't wait to read that article. Commercialappeal.com/food. Jennifer Chandler, as always, thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right, let's take another live look from our high five camera here in Midtown Memphis. A lot of clouds at 38 degrees. We're going to be talking about your forecast in 60 seconds.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here today. Temperatures staying kind of chilly with numbers in the 30s this morning on our way to the middle to upper 40s. Might see a little bit of sun on the backside of the day, but more clouds than not. And a rogue shower chance still possible, primarily for areas south of the I-40 corridor. I want to reemphasize this chance pretty paltry here today. If you're looking for a more widespread rainfall, not far off in the forecast. It'll be in here as we head towards the end of the week. Let's take a look at our first alert futurecast. And again, we might see a passing shower in one or two spots here today from Clarksdale to Marks up towards Holly Springs and Ripley. But again, most spots will likely remain dry here as we roll through this Wednesday. Clouds will start to break for a couple of peaks of sun late today, and then skies clearing out as we head into the start of tomorrow. We'll get some sunshine for your Thursday, but starting off the day with some areas of fog possible in a couple of spots as lows drop down into the 20s to near 30 degrees starting off on Thursday morning. Those areas could see not just fog, but freezing fog, and that could have some implications along some of the bridges and overpasses depending on how long it sticks around and of course how cold the temperatures will be. But typically bridges and overpasses would likely be the first spots to see any issues. So we'll watch that closely. It's not a huge impact. It will be patchy in nature, but a couple spots not out of the realm of possibility here going into the day tomorrow. But we'll rebound with some sunshine, getting back into the 40s yet again for the afternoon hours. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. There are several systems coming down the pipeline here in the coming days. Of course, the first system, we're getting a little isolated shower chance here today. The next one coming down the pipeline is our Friday into Saturday system. This will be just a rainmaker generally for us, but not terribly far away. There will be the potential for some wintry precipitation. Could see some snow flying across portions of central and south Missouri, north central portions of Arkansas, just outside the Action News 5 coverage area by about, say about an hour or so's drive outside the coverage area. But for us, it's going to be all rainfall. You might see a sleet pellet or two mixing in, but other than that, again, just rain with that system pushing through. System pulls away. We got a little weak system that will traverse the region late Saturday into Sunday before some sunshine breaks back out. And yet again, another system coming down the pipeline. This one even stronger as it develops and works its way towards the north. And it will have all elements of every little thing that you could ask for with this system. Severe weather along the Gulf Coast. Rain, some rumbles of thunder here across our neck of the woods, snow up across the Great Lakes, the Ohio River Valley back out towards the east and across the central and northern plains. And then on the backside of that system, as it's pulling away, there might be just enough moisture and there might be just enough cold air and enough dynamic support that we can see a few snowflakes late Tuesday into early Wednesday as that system starts to lift away from us. But guess what? There's yet another one that could be coming down the pipeline like Thursday, Friday of next week. So we're in a very active pattern where you're probably going to see a storm system coming down the pipe every 2 or 3 days. And just in between there, you'll either see a transition day or a day of rest. So let's talk about today. Again, more clouds than not here early on. Temperatures in the 40s with a small chance of a shower, primarily in North Mississippi. We go into your Thursday, again, a day of rest with some sunshine, but we'll start off with the potential for a couple of patches of freezing fog. We go into your Friday, clouds already increasing, rain to come in during the afternoon and evening hours. It's overnight that's just rain all night long, and then we'll transition out of the rain through the day on Saturday. There will be a secondary system, a little clipper that moves through here Saturday night into early Sunday. Generally a day of rest there on Sunday before the next system comes down the pipeline. They'll bring us rain during the afternoon hours of your Monday. Winds will begin to pick up first out of the south. That's going to help to bolster the numbers through the 50s. Then they will turn more northwesterly as we head towards your Tuesday, and that's going to usher in the colder air. 50 the high on Tuesday will happen pretty early, and then we'll tumble from there. And then on the backside of that system, again, the winds are really going to be cranking some gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. All the while, we will keep you updated and alerted to any changes in this forecast, but there's a lot going on here just in the next 7 days. You can find out what's going on in the 10-day forecast on actionnews5.com as well as the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The former G League player who was on the Memphis Hustle back in 2017, back in Las Vegas, appearing in court for his reported involvement in a murder plot. 27-year-old Chance Comanche and his 19-year-old girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, Sakari Harden, are accused of kidnapping and killing Marina Rogers last month. Her remains were found in a desert shortly after police arrested both suspects. Court documents show the then couple reportedly discussed the crime in a series of text messages. Investigators say they then put their plan into action when Comanche's team, the Stockton Kings, played in Las Vegas. The Kings released Comanche after accusations rose in this case. All right, let's talk about some good news here when it comes to basketball. Memphis Grizzlies, did you see them last night? They took down the San Antonio Spurs to snap a 3-game losing streak at FedEx Forum. Ja Morant led the Grizzlies to a 106-98 victory with 26 points and 10 assists. Many fans and teammates still reacting to Ja and his highlight of the night, dunking over #1 overall pick, 7'4" center, Victor Wembanyama. It was an amazing dunk here that we're going to show in just a little bit. We're showing some Spur highlights here, but this game was back and forth throughout the night. The dunk that we're talking about was at the very end of this game when the Grizzlies put this game away. There's Victor Wembanyama. Again, he's 7'4", But the Grizzlies, there's Ja with the ball, and watch him take it downtown. Oh, he took it there to the basket. He has a dunk here that's about to happen over Victor There it is, Victor Wembanyama. Amazing there. Again, 106-98. He finished with 26 points, 10 assists on the night. Tonight's game against the Raptors tips off 7 o'clock at FedEx Forum. By the way, I want to show you this. There is a big watch party for the national championship football game across the Mid-South. In fact, there's multiple watch parties for the college football national championship between the Washington Huskies and the Michigan Wolverines. Tickets are $20 a piece. You can go to Malco Theaters at Collierville, Paradiso in East Memphis, and the Razorback Cinema Grill in Fayetteville. The game is Monday night at 6:30. You can find tickets listed on our website for $20. It's actionnews5.com. All right, crazy story here. Just a wacky case of timing in New Jersey. A set of twins born overnight on New Year's Eve. They don't share the same birth date or even the same birth year. That's mom there, Eve, dad, Billy, holding the twins, Ezekiel and Ezra. Older brother Ezra was born at 11:48 p.m. New Year's Eve, 2023. Brother Ezekiel, born 12/28, less than an hour later, but it was a different day and a different year, 2024. What makes this even more special, Ezra shares his birthday with his father, who's also a New Year's Eve baby. Amazing stuff right there.
Amanda Hansen back here at the Action News 5 digital desk. And this morning we want to talk about shingles. A lot of times I think people believe that this happens in older people, but if you didn't know, it can happen in younger people too. And so joining us now to talk more about this is Dr. Sarah Lynn Walters with Regional One Health. Good morning, doctor. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be talking with you because I think this is such an interesting topic. And one reason why, my sister, she's in her early 30s, recently had the shingles, and she was like, I had no idea at this age that I could get that sort of thing. So I felt like this is such a great topic to talk about a little bit more. So I guess first off, let's just talk about what shingles is.
Okay, so shingles is actually what we refer to as herpes zoster. And so this is an infection that you can get from having a prior infection with chickenpox. It comes from the same virus. And so when you had chickenpox, that virus remained in your body, but it remained dormant or inactive. And for various reasons later in life, then you reactivate that virus and it causes shingles, which is a rash similar to chickenpox, but it's in one area of your body on one side that causes the same blistering, rash, and burning that you may have when you had chickenpox in the past.
Are there things that can trigger shingles in individuals, such as stress, something like that?
It's a theory that stress may induce shingles. One of the things that we do know is that shingles reactivate when your body's immune system is at its lowest. And that's why we tend to hear, you don't get shingles until you're older, because when you're a young child or when you're an older adult or past the age of 65, your immune system starts to weaken. And so now that we're seeing it in people that are under the age of 50, there is some concerns about, multifactorially, whether we have younger people that are sicker, and so they have some reduced immune system, or other stressors that cause your immune system to be lower at that time, including COVID that we just went through, the pandemic.
That's a good point with COVID. Who's most at risk, though? We've kind of touched on, a lot of times people see this in older people. Are those the ones that are most at risk?
So those and anyone who has a weakened immune system. So about 1 in 3 of us will get shingles in our lifetime. And the ones who tend to be the most at risk are people who are over 50. And that's why the vaccines are recommended for that age group. And then anyone that has any type of immunity or weakened immunity. So from various diseases, like say HIV, if that was uncontrolled, children that have, immune disorders, or even adults with cancers and things like that, that may have weakened immunity.
Makes sense. Thank goodness there's the chickenpox shot that's now available. They didn't have that when I was a kid, and I remember my mom would take me around kids that had the chickenpox so I would get it at a young age. So I guess let's talk about some of the signs, symptoms that people need to look out for and maybe would alert them that maybe this is what they have.
So the first thing that people tend to feel is like a burning, almost like an internal itch in an area of their body. It can be the trunk of your body. It can be on an arm, a leg, or a face. And so that's the first thing you started feeling without seeing the rash. About 5 to 7 days into that is when you start seeing kind of the fluid-filled rash that we come so comfortable with for chickenpox. And, you know, of course, chickenpox is not as common. So there may be some people who've never actually seen the blistering rash, but it then blisters up in that same area, one side of your body, and over time, then that crusts over like you would have with a typical chickenpox. Some people may end up having fevers associated with it or abdominal pain, but the primary problem is the rash on one side of your body.
My sister, she immediately was feeling, she felt like it was that nerve pain. I mean, she said it was horrible. She ended up, I mean, she's not one that would just go into the emergency room. She ended up in the emergency room wanting to know what was going on. And then, of course, a few days later, that's when that rash appeared and it became evident that that's what it was. But at first it was kind of like, what is this? And she's a nurse, which is interesting enough. But I know we touched on this some, but younger people, why is it, you think, that more younger people are getting shingles like this? I know we mentioned the stress. Is that kind of, and just the weakened immune system, is that kind of really what it's all about?
There's a couple different theories. And actually, if you look at the data, it shows that, you know, as time has been going on, younger people are having higher rates of shingles than people over 50. They're starting to plateau a little bit. One of the major thought process is that if you were born before 1980, just like you talked about with your mom, everyone kind of got shingles naturally, or chickenpox, excuse me, naturally. And so that chickenpox immunity they're feeling may be a little stronger than the vaccines we're now getting. And so you have kind of younger persons who, you know, don't remember getting chickenpox or may not have the vaccine early enough. And then that causes a weaker immunity than if you had chickenpox when you were for the older population. And so because of that, they feel that, you know, it doesn't protect you as well. And so that reactivation is quicker. There's also some theories about the chickenpox vaccine that you used to get in the past was a live vaccine. And so that may have induced kind of that reactivation.
This is just so interesting to me, just because my sister was personally affected by this. Let's talk a little bit more about shingles itself. How long does it last? How contagious is it to pass along to other people?
Okay, so like we discussed, you know, that burning, nerve pain, itching that you may feel, that usually is about the first 5 days. And around that time, you are not contagious. You aren't contagious until you have those blistering rashes that are starting to open. And so that's usually in that first 7 to 10 days is when you start seeing that blistering rash. Over time, that crusts over. So once it's crusted, again, you're no longer contagious. And overall, the whole exposure can last for about 2 to 4 weeks in terms of getting the burn-in, getting the rash, having the rash kind of clear up and everything resolve. It can take about 2 to 4 weeks. Unlike chickenpox, it is only contagious when you touch the fluid from the blister and rash. So for most people, they can just cover up that rash and make sure that they wash their hands pretty well and not interact with it. And in that situation, you won't be contagious to others.
So does it help to get shingles early?
It does not, because there is an opportunity that you can get it a second time. Most people only get it once in their lifetime, but conceivably you get it earlier, then you have that chance of, you know, as you get older and your immunity weakens again, to be able to get it a second time.
I was going to ask you, is it something that you can get again? And so you answered that question for me, which Oh, I hope I don't end up with it at some point. But after experiencing what happened with my sister, I'm just like, wow. What about treatment? Does treatment depend? Does it vary from person to person on what works to help with either the nerve pain, the rash? How is it treated?
So when you do know or have, just like your sister, have a inkling that, there's a rash or something is going on, you want to get treated with antiviral medication. So you have acyclovir or valacyclovir. Those are antivirals that you want to give within the first 48 or 72 hours. And that reduces not only the duration of the rash and the symptoms, but it reduces your chance of having what we call post-herpetic neuralgia, which is a complication that you can get after shingles, where that burning and that pain in that area actually never goes away.
I've heard about that. I've actually done stories with people that have it's just debilitating and awful. What about the vaccine? We've talked about the vaccine some. Who should get it? When should they get it? Tell us more.
So for the shingles vaccine, it's recommended for patients or persons over the age of 50, and it's a 2-shot vaccine. Now, if you have a weakened immune system, or say someone that has, cancer, and we know that's going on, then your provider, your physician can order for you to get the vaccine earlier than the age of 50. It's available, however, it's an expensive vaccine. So if you want to go based on recommendations, then those would be the persons that are more likely to have that shingles is age 50 and above.
With more younger people seeing shingles, do you think eventually that might be altered a little bit on the age?
It could be, because initially it was actually 65 and above, and so they reduced it to 50. And like we talked about, the data is showing that patients or persons over 65 and 70, the number of persons getting shingles have kind of plateaued, so it's not getting any higher. But the numbers that are going up are mostly in the people in the 40 to 50 range, and of course the younger ones are starting to go up. So I think if that trend continues, you might see the recommendation continue to drop.
Well, Dr. Walters, this interview has been so interesting to me. Is there anything else that you want to mention before we let you go?
In addition to getting the shingles vaccine, which is for over 50, get your chickenpox vaccine. So that is one of the things that will help kind of reduce the chances of you having that reactivation. So they kind of go hand in hand, since they're the same virus. It's just at different presentations.
Well, good deal. Well, Dr. Walters, I really appreciate your time, and thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here today. Temperatures staying kind of chilly with numbers in the 30s this morning, on our way to the middle to upper 40s. Might see a little bit of sun on the backside of the day, but more clouds than not, and a rogue shower chance still possible, primarily for areas south of the I-40 corridor. I want to reemphasize this chance pretty paltry here today. If you're looking for a more widespread rainfall, not far off in the forecast. It'll be in here as we head towards the end of the week. Let's take a look at our first alert futurecast. And again, we might see a passing shower in 1 or 2 spots here today, from Clarksdale to Marks up towards Holly Springs and Ripley. But again, most spots will likely remain dry here as we roll through this Wednesday. Clouds will start to break for a couple of peaks of sun late today, and then skies clearing out as we head into the start of tomorrow. We'll get some sunshine for your Thursday, but starting off the day with some areas of fog possible in a couple of spots. As lows drop down into the 20s to near 30 degrees starting off on Thursday morning, those areas could see not just fog, but freezing fog. And that could have some implications along some of the bridges and overpasses, depending on how long it sticks around and, of course, how cold the temperatures will be. But typically, bridges and overpasses would likely be the first spots to see any issues. So we'll watch that closely. It's not a huge impact. It will be patchy in nature, but a couple spots not out of the realm of possibility here going into the day tomorrow. But we'll rebound with some sunshine, getting back into the 40s yet again for the afternoon hours. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. There are several systems coming down the pipeline here in the coming days. Of course, the first system, we're getting a little isolated shower chance here today. The next one coming down the pipeline is our Friday into Saturday system. This will be just a rainmaker generally for us, but not terribly far away. There will be the potential for some wintry precipitation. Could see some snow flying across portions of central and south Missouri, north central portions of Arkansas, just outside the Action News 5 coverage area by about, say about an hour or so's drive outside the coverage area. But for us, it's going to be all rainfall. You might see a sleet pellet or two mixing in, but other than that, again, just rain with that system pushing through. System pulls away. We got a little weak system that will traverse the region late Saturday into Sunday before some sunshine breaks back out. And yet again, another system coming down the pipeline. This one even stronger as it develops and works its way towards the north. And it will have all elements of every little thing that you could ask for with this system. Severe weather along the Gulf Coast. Rain, some rumbles of thunder here across our neck of the woods, snow up across the Great Lakes, the Ohio River Valley back out towards the east and across the central and northern plains. And then on the backside of that system, as it's pulling away, there might be just enough moisture and there might be just enough cold air and enough dynamic support that we can see a few snowflakes late Tuesday into early Wednesday as that system starts to lift away from us. But guess what? There's yet another one that could be coming down the pipeline like Thursday, Friday of next week. So we're in a very active pattern where you're probably going to see a storm system coming down the pipe every 2 or 3 days. And just in between there, you'll either see a transition day or a day of rest. So let's talk about today. Again, more clouds than not here early on. Temperatures in the 40s with a small chance of a shower, primarily in North Mississippi. We go into your Thursday, again, a day of rest with some sunshine, but we'll start off with the potential for a couple of patches of freezing fog. We go into your Friday, clouds already increasing, rain to come in during the afternoon and evening hours. It's overnight that's just rain all night long, and then we'll transition out of the rain through the day on Saturday. There will be a secondary system, a little clipper that moves through here Saturday night into early Sunday. Generally a day of rest there on Sunday before the next system comes down the pipeline. They'll bring us rain during the afternoon hours of your Monday. Winds will begin to pick up first out of the south. That's going to help to bolster the numbers through the 50s. Then they will turn more northwesterly as we head towards your Tuesday, and that's going to usher in the colder air. 50 the high on Tuesday will happen pretty early, and then we'll tumble from there. And then on the backside of that system, again, the winds are really going to be cranking some gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. All the while, we will keep you updated and alerted to any changes in this forecast, but there's a lot going on here just in the next 7 days. You can find out what's going on in the 10-day forecast on actionnews5.com as well as the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
How are your New Year's resolutions? You know, the top two typically are health and exercise and money. And usually by mid-February, we've scrapped it long ago. But if you're still with those New Year's resolutions to better your health, Well, this next segment is for you because we're talking about gut health and how important it is to your overall body. I'm joined right now by Tara Carr. She is a registered dietitian and a gut health expert. Tara, good morning. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I'm great. Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Talk about gut health for us and how it is so important to our overall health.
Of course. So our gut health is so important for our overall health. What many people don't realize is that so much of our health, whether it be inflammation, how you're actually feeling after you eat, maybe even certain diseases, it all ties back to the gut. So it's not so much you are what you eat, but I think about it is what you feed those microbes in your gut that really can impact your health.
How do we know if we have poor gut health?
That's a great question. So maybe if you're eating foods and you don't feel like you're digesting them well, that could be a sign that there's dysbiosis or maybe not so much of a balance in your gut. Some people do experience things like maybe gas, bloating, those not so fun symptoms. And then other people might have things just like generally tired, right? You just feel like something's off. If you do not feel healthy or you just, you're trying everything, but you're not so sure what's going on, I certainly suggest getting to the root cause. And often that comes from the gut health. So taking a look at your microbiome is a great thing to do.
Okay, so, for our viewers right now, they might be thinking in their head, okay, I think I may have a problem here. How do we improve our gut health?
Wonderful question. So I am a dietitian. There are some strategies that you can do through foods that you eat and maybe foods that you don't want to eat. So there might be some foods that are contributing to poor gut health. Some of the top three, that might be artificial sweeteners. Those are tied to maybe not so much a healthy gut. Alcoholic beverages, unfortunately, as well. And then those ultra-processed foods. All three of those, not so much supporting a healthy gut. But the good news is there are great foods for our gut. And so if you can think mostly plant-based foods, those are all really high in fiber. So more fruits, more vegetables, more whole grains. By increasing those on your plate, you're going to up your fiber content, and that's what those healthy microbes in your gut really need to thrive. So that's what I would suggest as a good starting point, at least.
Okay, all right, I got you. I'm following you so far. What about tests out there that maybe someone could take? Because you see a lot of them out there about ways to test your gut health to see where you are.
Of course. So there are actually a few on the market. Just a quick Google search would get you to microbiome tests. It's not the cutest test, actually. You do have to send off a stool sample. People analyze it for you, and they will tell you what's in your gut. So more and more research needs to be done on this, but that is an option. If you are interested, talk with your physician, or you could do some looking online if you really want to see what microbes, good bacteria, probiotics are in your gut. That's one way to do it, of course.
I was just thinking about asking you a question regarding supplements. You just mentioned probiotics. Are there supplements that you can take today that may help your gut health overall?
Yes, so probiotics is an amazing thing that you can do for your health. Of course, as a dietitian, try that food. I think that's important regardless if you're going to take a probiotic or not. But there are some probiotics that are generally, most people want them in their guts. So for whatever reason, we age, right? We travel, we maybe don't eat in the ideal way all the time. Some of those beneficial bacteria, they leave the gut. And unfortunately, some of them aren't found in foods. So the only way to get them back in is through probiotics. One of the newest ones that's got over like 1,000 research studies done recently is called Akkermansia. And that one actually can only be found at Pendulum Therapeutics. So that's a really great gut support probiotic strain that I like to recommend for people to try. It's a long name, but Akkermansia muciniphila. And that's one of the ones that I really suggest for people to think about. Is it in your gut? Do you want to add it to your regimen?
You know, I see a lot of probiotics out there on the market, and there are some that need to be refrigerated. My thought process was if it needs to be refrigerated, it's a good thing because otherwise that bacteria dies, or the good bacteria you want in your gut. Is that right?
Okay, so this can be kind of confusing, and basically you and I, like, think about your thermostat. You have a preferred temperature, it might be different than my preferred temperature, right? So same with these bugs in our gut. Some of them actually do need to be refrigerated because that will help them live longer, and some are actually more stable at room temperature, just depending on how they're manufactured. So my best suggestion is find a company you can trust, and then ask your dietitian, ask your pharmacist, say, do you think this is an appropriate probiotic for me? Do we need to refrigerate this one or not? And of course, if you have a dietitian at your fingertips, we're always happy to be the expert there as well.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about probiotic foods out there, because some people are just like, maybe I should just start eating some foods that have those probiotics, because sometimes you see that on the label.
Right. So probiotic foods, probably the most popular that you probably have in your fridge right now. Yogurt is a very common probiotic food. So there's actually like trillions of different bacterial strains, but that one in yogurt is lactobacillus. So that could be a great way to increase your probiotics through foods. Anything fermented. So I have green olives in my fridge. I love to cook with things that are pickled. Even some cheeses have probiotics in them. So I love, love, love to encourage everybody for your gut health, include those probiotic foods. It can be a great thing to increase that diversity in your gut.
Right, sauerkraut, kombucha, of course I hear all those things for probiotics, that sort of thing. All right, so let's say someone is there and they say, all right, I'm approving it today. I'm going to get the probiotics. I'm going to change how much I eat, what I eat. How long does it take to really improve your gut if you make these changes?
So everybody's different, and that's not a fun answer, but it depends on where you're starting out, right? If you're at the state of just, dysbiosis, like your gut is really not in a healthy place, it might take a little bit longer. I suggest for most people, at least 3 months. You really want to get those good probiotics in there and then continue to nurture them. That's just kind of a general amount of time, about 3 months. You might start to see some results. Some people are, of course, sooner, and then some people a little longer, but 3 months on average.
Tara, is there anything else? You've been so informative. We really appreciate this interview. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Of course. So again, just to recap everything we talked about, if you have a funny feeling that something's off, could be your gut. So ways to kind of improve that, it's either going to be through foods or, of course, through supplementing with probiotics. Pendulum Life is a really wonderful company backed by science. We've got some great probiotics there. So definitely go to pendulumlife.com if you're interested in a really great probiotic. And happy New Year. Don't forget about your goals. As you mentioned earlier, it's not too late to get back to that healthy eating to improve your health.
So true, Tara. Tara Carr, registered dietitian, gut health expert. We appreciate the knowledge. Thanks so very much.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day.
Welcome back to the Digital Desk. Developing now, insulin will be more affordable for more Americans this year. Several insulin manufacturers dropped the price starting this month. One pharmacist says many of those who will see a change are Medicare D patients. Some manufacturers have copay cards or programs that can reduce the cost for the 8.4 million people who need insulin in order to survive. If you're looking to make a healthy change in the new year, a furry friend may be just what you need. Stephanie Flyler with Shelter Animals Count say pets can keep you motivated to stay active, boost mental health, and allow for social connection. There are also many foods that are good for you and your pet. Just research which fruits, veggies, and proteins are safe. U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says studies have shown there are several health benefits to having a pet, including a drop in blood pressure and lower cholesterol. Memphis police looking for 4 suspects responsible for a carjacking December 28th at the Valero and Lamar. MPD says a man was walking out of the store. 2 men approached him with a gun, demanding his keys. The victim fought back. One of the suspects fired a shot at the victim, who was able to temporarily take control of the gun. The 3 men then fought outside the store until one of the suspects took the gun back, left the scene. According to police, all the suspects believed to be just 18 years old. A tragedy in Japan here. I want to show you an airline passenger plane burst into flames here after a collision with a Japanese Coast Guard plane in Tokyo. Did you see that? Look at that fireball. It was caught on video here right after the airliner touched down. Miraculously, all 379 passengers and crew on the jet were able to escape. Investigators confirm the pilot of the Coast Guard plane also survived the crash, but the other 5 crew members on board the Coast Guard plane were killed. By the way, the plane was full of supplies headed to the western part of Japan, where more than 30,000 people have been evacuated after an earthquake hit Monday. Shelters full of people. The area is still seeing some aftershocks. At least 64 people have died, tens of thousands of homes destroyed. In New York, a small 1.7 magnitude quake rocked parts of the city. New Yorkers say it felt like a series of small explosions. Seismologists say low-intensity micro earthquakes happen all the time and are rarely felt, but this one was shallow. It's about 5 kilometers underground, where experts say the rocks around the New York area are strong and carry the earthquake waves very efficiently. No one was hurt. There was no significant property damage reported. Harvard University President Claudine Gay has announced she is stepping down. She announced her departure in a letter to the Harvard community yesterday. Her resignation follows plagiarism criticisms and criticism over testimony at a congressional hearing. In that hearing, Gay was criticized for a lack of direct answers about policies and procedures to combat bullying and harassment of Jewish students on campus. Harvard says its provost will serve as the interim president. In consumer news, it's 2024, which means senior citizens will now be seeing an increase in their Social Security benefits. The Social Security Administration announced recipients will receive an annual cost of living adjustment of 3.2% beginning this month. It's an average of a little over $50 a month. It's the 3rd year in a row for a bump in payments as a result of the sky-high inflation during that 3-year period. National debt is out of control. New record now, more than $34 trillion. A number of factors play into that number. High borrowing costs due to high interest rates, lower tax receipts. The actual impact of high debt is debatable, but it is certainly a threat to the country's fiscal health. It also comes as federal spending laws are set to expire in a few weeks. A trimmed-down version of the free application for federal student aid, or FAFSA, is now online. The new FAFSA has reduced the number of questions for students from as many as 108 to as few as 18. The Department of Education says some applicants can complete the form in less than 10 minutes and simplifies their applications in 2 ways. Applicants can now skip questions that aren't relevant to them. And then there's a tool connected with IRS to allow applicants to pull their appropriate tax data from their parents on their most recent income tax filings with their parents' consent. Aid calculations have also been revised. That's expected to boost the number of low-income students eligible for Pell Grants. New calculations eliminate the so-called siblings discount, though, where students who had a sibling enrolled in college were eligible for more aid. All right, we all want to cut the cord, but it looks like some people are canceling their streaming services. The shift is forcing companies like Hulu, Netflix, and other streamers to bundle their products, offer discounts, or run ads to keep their businesses profitable. About 25% of subscribers have canceled at least 3 of the most popular streaming services over the last 2 years. That figure stood at just 15% 2 years ago. New research show customer defections rose to 6.3% just in November alone. Viewing habits constantly on the move. All right, another live look from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis. A lot of clouds out there, 38 degrees, kind of chilly. We're talking more about your forecast in 60 seconds.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here today. Temperatures staying kind of chilly with numbers in the 30s this morning on our way to the middle to upper 40s. Might see a little bit of sun on the backside of the day, but more clouds than not. And a rogue shower chance still possible, primarily for areas south of the I-40 corridor. I want to reemphasize this chance pretty paltry here today. If you're looking for a more widespread rainfall, not far off in the forecast. It'll be in here as we head towards the end of the week. Let's take a look at our first alert futurecast. And again, we might see a passing shower in one or two spots here today from Clarksdale to Marks up towards Holly Springs and Ripley. But again, most spots will likely remain dry here as we roll through this Wednesday. Clouds will start to break for a couple of peaks of sun late today, and then skies clearing out as we head into the start of tomorrow. We'll get some sunshine for your Thursday, but starting off the day with some areas of fog possible in a couple of spots. As lows drop down into the 20s to near 30 degrees starting off on Thursday morning, those areas could see not just fog, but freezing fog. And that could have some implications along some of the bridges and overpasses, depending on how long it sticks around and, of course, how cold the temperatures will be. But typically, bridges and overpasses would likely be the first spots to see any issues. So we'll watch that closely. It's not a huge impact. It will be patchy in nature, but a couple spots not out of the realm of possibility here going into the day tomorrow. But we'll rebound with some sunshine, getting back into the 40s yet again for the afternoon hours. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. There are several systems coming down the pipeline here in the coming days. Of course, the first system, we're getting a little isolated shower chance here today. The next one coming down the pipeline is our Friday into Saturday system. This will be just a rainmaker generally for us, but not terribly far away. There will be the potential for some wintry precipitation. Could see some snow flying across portions of central and south Missouri, north central portions of Arkansas, just outside the Action News 5 coverage area by about, say about an hour or so's drive outside the coverage area. But for us, it's going to be all rainfall. You might see a sleet pellet or two mixing in, but other than that, again, just rain with that system pushing through. System pulls away. We got a little weak system that will traverse the region late Saturday into Sunday before some sunshine breaks back out. And yet again, another system coming down the pipeline. This one even stronger as it develops and works its way towards the north. And it will have all elements of every little thing that you could ask for with this system. Severe weather along the Gulf Coast. Rain, some rumbles of thunder here across our neck of the woods, snow up across the Great Lakes, the Ohio River Valley back out towards the east and across the central and northern plains. And then on the backside of that system, as it's pulling away, there might be just enough moisture and there might be just enough cold air and enough dynamic support that we can see a few snowflakes late Tuesday into early Wednesday as that system starts to lift away from us. But guess what? There's yet another one that could be coming down the pipeline like Thursday, Friday of next week. So we're in a very active pattern where you're probably going to see a storm system coming down the pipe every 2 or 3 days. And just in between there, you'll either see a transition day or a day of rest. So let's talk about today. Again, more clouds than not here early on. Temperatures in the 40s with a small chance of a shower, primarily in North Mississippi. We go into your Thursday, again, a day of rest with some sunshine, but we'll start off with the potential for a couple of patches of freezing fog. We go into your Friday, clouds already increasing, rain to come in during the afternoon and evening hours. It's overnight that's just rain all night long, and then we'll transition out of the rain through the day on Saturday. There will be a a secondary system, a little clipper that moves through here Saturday night into early Sunday. Generally a day of rest there on Sunday before the next system comes down the pipeline. They'll bring us rain during the afternoon hours of your Monday. Winds will begin to pick up first out of the south. That's going to help to bolster the numbers through the 50s. Then they will turn more northwesterly as we head towards your Tuesday, and that's going to usher in the colder air. 50 the high on Tuesday will happen pretty early, and then we'll tumble from there. And then on the backside of that system, again, the winds are really going to be cranking, some gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. All the while, we will keep you updated and alerted to any changes in this forecast, but there's a lot going on here just in the next 7 days. You can find out what's going on in the 10-day forecast on actionnews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
Well, Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk, and I'm sure you know sleep is so important. And if you didn't know, March is Sleep Awareness Month, and so we are wanting to get some more information about how you can make the most of the sleep that you get and just how it can impact your health. So joining us this morning, we have a special guest with us this morning, Amy Duffy, Dr. Amy Duffy. How are you doing? We're so glad to have you on this morning.
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for having me.
So I want to dive right in because as someone who used to work really odd hours, I used to work a morning show here at one of our television stations within our company, and so I would have to come into work at 3 o'clock in the morning. And it was always difficult for me to find, make myself go to bed early so I could get enough sleep. And I learned that if you don't get enough sleep, it can really impact your overall health. Can you talk a little bit about some of the impacts that it can create for you if you're not getting that quality sleep?
Absolutely. We see lack of sleep can lead to many chronic health conditions and diseases like diabetes, obesity, heart disease, and even depression. And lack of sleep leads to motor vehicle accidents and lots of mistakes at work, and that can cause a growing number of disabilities and injuries every year. It's really something that we have to get a hold on for our health. I think that lack of sleep is really almost a pandemic here in America.
And I feel like there's been a lot of talk about this particular topic. We just had daylight saving time, and of course that can mess with your sleep patterns and things like that.
Absolutely.
I know there's some legislation going through right now about staying in daylight saving time, and so people are thrown off. What kind of tips? I know that you have some mistakes that maybe people make that keep them from being able to get to sleep. Can you talk about what some of those mistakes might be?
Absolutely. One of the first mistakes is drinking a cup of hot cocoa or warm milk. So did you ever have your grandma say, "Here, sweetie, here's a cup of warm hot cocoa," right?
Oh, yes.
So that hot cocoa is full of sugar and caffeine, and it can be really stimulating and keep you from falling asleep. That warm milk for some can exacerbate acid reflux, waking you up later, making you uncomfortable, stomach upset. And both of these are liquids. Drinking liquids right before bed, you're going to be waking up later to pee.
Exactly. I know myself. I've made the mistake where I would drink hot chocolate or even some teas out there that have caffeine. Green tea, I believe, has caffeine in it. And so I could see that being a mistake you make. You're drinking something hot, warm, thinking that it maybe will help you relax, but actually it has the opposite effect. So what else?
And here's the other one, right? Another beverage people want to drink right before they go to bed is maybe a glass of wine or a beer, whatever your beverage of choice is, right? And that calms your brain down, thinking, oh, that's going to help me get ready for bed and go to sleep. And it may calm you down initially, but the withdrawal from alcohol can be really stimulating and it will wake you up later. And alcohol is a diuretic and another liquid. So right before bed, that's going to wake you up later again. Many alcoholic beverages have a lot of sugar in them, including that wine or those mixers with maybe a margarita or something like that. And that sugar rush is going to be followed by a sugar crash, and you're going to wake up with night sweats. That's not menopause, lady. That's your blood sugar dropping.
I would have not known that at all. And it's so interesting though, because you bring up all of these different things, and in your mind, you're thinking that this is helping you sleep, when in fact it's counterintuitive. And one of them that I know is on this list, it was talking about sleeping pills. What's the story with that?
Yeah, so sleeping pills, a lot of people think they're sleeping pills, and really most of them are just sedatives. They're tricking your mind and your body into thinking that you're sleeping, but you're really not sleeping. And you're going to wake up still feeling unrested and even a little bit hungover the next morning. Not a good idea.
Yeah, I understand that. I know when I've been sick in the past and you take the medicine that maybe the PM, Tylenol PM, and sometimes you wake up feeling groggier than you did before you went to sleep. So, and then of course, we as humans are so reliable on technology, and it seems like we're constantly, we have our phone in our hand. And I mean, could this be another thing that just really keeps you awake at night?
Absolutely. So that light from your cell phone, as soon as you turn it on, it's going to stimulate your brain. It interrupts your circadian rhythm, and it suppresses the hormone melatonin, which is the important hormone that's going to help you sleep. This is one of the biggest mistakes that we see. Instead,
no, continue.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the best things you can do if you want to borrow your phone for a few minutes is have a ready, available, recorded audio of a meditation or a relaxation where you can just ready to go, hit the button and help that calm you down. Do some deep breathing exercises, in for 4 and out for 4. Those are both really good things that can help you fall back to sleep.
I know for myself, I've downloaded that app called Calm before when I've had trouble sleeping, and I think there's even some of that calming sound or noises, the natural noises that you can find on YouTube too, that I've turned to before when I could not sleep, because sometimes my brain just gets so active that I sit there restless at night. So we talked about some mistakes that maybe people make that could be impacting their quality of sleep. Do you have any other tips to maybe help people if they're struggling to be able to get to bed at night and get that quality sleep that we all need?
Yeah. I think anytime we can start the process ahead of time, having a good routine, trying to go to bed at the same time every night is very good. Our brains are ready for that melatonin to kick in. Our cortisol comes down as we go to sleep at night. So anything that you can do to start turning your lights off at nighttime, maybe turn on some of that calming music and start the process early enough to get your brain out of that stimulating sympathetic mode and into our rest and digest mode.
And I know you mentioned something about how sleeping pills can impact your quality of sleep. What about those like melatonin gummies or something like that? Are those helpful?
Yeah, melatonin is the hormone that we need to help us sleep, and it can actually be suppressed with all this stimulation. So cortisol is your wake-up hormone, and melatonin is your sleep hormone. When we're stimulated and stressed and turning lights on, that actually increases cortisol, which suppresses your melatonin. So for some people, taking anywhere from 1 to 3 milligrams of melatonin up to 5 or 6 maybe to start out with, without having a conversation with your doctor. Going higher doses sometimes is necessary, but definitely in those low doses, it absolutely can help calm your brain down and start that sleep process.
Definitely some great advice. Is there any anything else you want to add before we let you go?
I think that's about it. You know, like I said, I think sleep is such a powerful thing that's going to help turn our health around. It's going to give you more energy. And we really just have to focus on how can we start that process of getting better sleep, not only falling asleep, but keeping us from waking up in the middle of the night. That's really important. So I appreciate it so much for being on with you.
Well, Dr. Amy Duffy, thank you for taking some time with us, and you have a good rest of your morning, all right?
Thank you so much. You too.
Okay, we got some breaking news here on the Action News 5 digital desk. I want you to see this. This is from our reporter, Cindy Hawkins. This came and was posted just a few minutes ago, less than 10 minutes ago. A Shelby County judge has denied the attorneys for Cleotha Absent Henderson's request to have his rape kidnapping trial in Davidson County. So this trial is going to take place in Shelby County beginning in April 2024. This is the trial of Alicia Franklin, not of Eliza Fletcher. Of course, he's facing murder charges in that case. This is specifically with Alicia Franklin. This was something that happened, rape and kidnapping charges from the year prior, 2021. 2022 was Eliza Fletcher. His attorneys are also requesting a change of venue for that case as well. But today, the judge denied this change of venue for this case, the Alicia Franklin case, rape and kidnapping charges from 2021. Again, denied a change of venue. So this trial will take place in April of this year. So that is just coming in. We'll have the latest coming up on Action News 5 midday and a live report in about 45 minutes. Going to take a short break. Back on Action News 5's digital desk in 60 seconds.
Good morning, Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk, and we're kicking things off talking about retirement and planning, because of course we want to be able to live as long as possible, but in order to do that and to be able to make sure you have enough money to get by, you need to make sure that you're planning now. So joining me now to talk more about this, give us some really good advice this morning, is Ken Sella, Principal Branch Development at Edward Jones, and Dr. Ken Dykewald, founder and CEO of AgeWave. Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Doing great.
Good morning, Amanda. Thanks for having us.
Well, this is a great topic to really start things off. So I want to start with you, Mr. Sella. Can you talk about the latest longevity and the new journey of retirement study, and just maybe how retirees are thinking differently than maybe their parents did? What are y'all finding?
Yeah, you bet. I'm happy to do it. And let me start with explaining why we did this study. This research really helps us to understand the needs and the priorities of today's retirees and their families, and we really believe the impact that it'll have across generations. And I want to summarize these compelling results, because what we're finding is longevity and other key forces that are identified in this report that's going to be widely available to anyone who's listening today. These factors of longevity are really converging to redefine retirement, not only today, but we believe for years to come. The facts are people are living longer, and they're thinking about what that longevity means to them. In fact, 7 in 10 people today that we've surveyed say they want to live to age 100, which we find quite astounding. And they also say that their ideal length of retirement is up to 3 decades. So these are really different sort of problems to solve for, or opportunities, if you will, as our retirees are thinking about the future. But as they do that, it's not their parents' version of retirement that they have in mind. It's a whole new chapter in life. That's how they're thinking of it. One that's filled with fun, enjoyment, new possibilities, and oftentimes a reinvention of themselves and what they want to do in their life. And oftentimes they're inspired by celebrities and other people who are out there in society today making contributions well into their 70s and really having a positive impact, living their purpose. Our retirees today see that, and they want more for themselves.
And I'm one of those people. I want more for myself too, and to be able to make the most of my retirement. So Dr. Dykewald, I want to bring you in now. Can you tell us about the 4 stages of retirement a little bit more?
Sure. One of the advantages of surveying 11,000 people from all walks of life is you can get a bit of a portrait as to what's taking place in people's lives. And what we saw was that people were kind of gliding into retirement with some bumps, but also they find a way to make it smooth. There's a period we've named anticipation. It's the 10 years before retirement. Folks are busy with their families. They're still working hard at their jobs, but they're beginning to think about, wow, what am I going to do? What am I going to make of myself when my time comes where I'm no longer working? And then the first couple of years into retirement, we've named liberation and disorientation. And what we see is that on the one hand, people feel free. They've never been so free in their whole life. They can do what they want and when they want to do it. But there's a lot of confusion. You know, have I saved enough money? Am I living in the right neighborhood? Will I be able to make new friends if my friends are still working? What time should I get up in the morning? Just a whole lot of decisions to be made and uncertainty about how to do it. And third is a big 15-year period that we've named reinvention, when people kind of get in the groove of retirement and they find good role models and they develop new purpose and they find things to do to keep themselves both occupied and feeling that they've got purpose in their lives throughout. And then as folks reach around 80, there's a 4th stage that we've named reflection and resolution. And folks become very concerned about leaving a legacy and who they were in this life and how they can do the best for their families and their communities in the years they've got left.
Very interesting to hear more about that. I want to stick with you though. What are the 5 habits of highly successful retirees?
Right. Well, you asked a great question because normally we think of retirees as falling down and can't get up. Our TV shows and commercials tend to portray older people in very negative ways because there's a drug or a product that we think they might need. But in truth, we studied successful retirees as a part of this study. What are they doing different? What can we learn from them, whether we're 25 or 65? What are some of the messages we can take? Number 1, they take really great care of their health. It doesn't work if you don't take care of your health and you want to live a long life. Secondly, they're socially engaged. And we've learned, especially during these last few years of COVID, that isolation is good for no one. Social engagement. Third, they've got a clear sense of purpose. They know what matters to them. And they might have had to create a brand new purpose in their retirement years, maybe even a better one. Maybe they want to get involved with their church, or they want to play piano in a jazz band, or they want to be helpful over at the local school. Fourth, very mindful of their finances and how to best manage their finances over a lifetime. And for most, it's not a do-it-yourself project. The most successful retirees use a financial advisor to help them make smart choices along the way. And last, they're willing to course correct and make adjustments if life throws them curveballs. So they've got some flexibility that they put into their game plan.
A lot of good information there. And one thing that I think is interesting too, that I've noticed just from some of the interviews that we've done here at the digital desk, is that with inflation and a lot of things happening right now, there's a lot of retirees that are going back and maybe taking a part-time job and whatnot, which is good to kind of keep you busy. Is that something that maybe you've seen some as well, or can you speak on that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing people in these retirement years pivot in a lot of different ways. Many are going back to work. Many are going back and examining their current plan and determining what their spending rate is and whether or not that's still appropriate in this time. So there are several adjustments, and I think that's part of what Ken said. The 5th habit is really course correcting as things change. And what we know about the economic cycle and about society in general is there are cycles, things go up and down, and being nimble and working with an advisor is one way to get through to a very successful retirement.
Let me add something. 59% of the pre-retirees in our study said they wanted to work a bit in their retirement. They just didn't want to work full time, and they might even like to try a new job. Maybe they've been a bookkeeper and now they want to be an entrepreneur. But if you're going to live an 80, 90, or 100-year life, stopping work in your early 60s may be too soon.
Now, Mr. Sella, I want to get back to you. So let's talk about planning. What advice do you have for people that they could take away right now when it comes to that early planning for retirement?
Yeah, you've got it. It's early planning and it's holistic planning. What we've really found is that most successful retirees really plan across all 4 pillars of retirement. They plan for their health situation, not only the cost of healthcare, but how to have a healthy lifestyle in retirement. They plan for how they're going to engage with family and friends and put them first to make sure ultimately they're not a burden on their family. The third thing they do is they plan for who they are in this next chapter in life. What is their purpose? And that's the third pillar. And finally, they plan for how to have a financial situation that can support those first 3 things: their health, their family, and their purpose. And oftentimes what we see with successful retirees is they started saving earlier in life and maximizing those savings throughout their high income and earnings years. They stayed the course with staying out of debt as best they could throughout retirement. And they avoid early withdrawals from retirement accounts. So those are some actions everyone can take, whether you're retired or not. And we believe we can help new retirees aspire to a successful retirement by showcasing other people who have already retired, who have been very successful, that are currently active in their community, engaged with other people and connected with friends and family, living a purposeful life and making a positive impact. These kinds of healthy habits are ones we can learn from others on. And oftentimes one of the things we'll see is that when retirees communicate their goals with their family members, that level of accountability and clarity is very helpful. Ultimately, it comes down to retirees finding their passion and then pursuing that passion and interest in a way that helps them really to achieve ultimately their purpose and what they were built to do.
So many good takeaways here. Where can people go if they want to get a little bit more information about what we talked about today?
You bet. We've made this information widely available, and all you have to do is go to edwardjones.com/new retirement.
Well, gentlemen, I thank you both for your time today, and y'all have a good one, all right?
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Amanda.
Okay, got some more breaking news here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you a couple things here. This is something that came from the Tunica, Mississippi Sheriff's Office. This is a man by the name of Tyrone Scott, and according to police, he was involved in a domestic disturbance yesterday in which he cut his girlfriend with a knife on the hand and then left the scene. And so police are saying be on the lookout for his vehicle. This is a 2009 black Chevy Tahoe bearing Tunica County tag MSTNA 6986. There's a large, you can see it there, Masonic symbol on the back glass driven by 52-year-old Tyrone Scott of Tunica County. Now, the Tunica, Mississippi Sheriff's Office says this person is believed to be a possible active shooter. There is another picture of him. He contacted the VA crisis line and called on 911, made threats that he's going to commit an active shooting somewhere. Okay, so this is, again, Tyrone Scott. He is considered a military veteran. If you see this vehicle, this is, again, a 2009 black Chevy Tahoe with Tunica County plates, MSTNA 6986, with a large Masonic symbol that you see on the back glass. Call the police department, the sheriff's office right away. Dial 911 with your specific location. Don't approach the vehicle, and we ask you to take extreme caution. This is from the sheriff's office that put out this bulletin just a few minutes ago, within the last 30 minutes. Again, there's another picture of him. This is Tyrone Scott. He's 52 years old. He's from Tunica County, Mississippi. And sheriff investigators call him a possible active shooter. Okay, so again, if you see him, call 911 right away. Going to take a short break. Back on the Action News 5 digital desk in 60 seconds.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here today. Temperatures staying kind of chilly with numbers in the 30s this morning on our way to the middle to upper 40s. Might see a little bit of sun on the backside of the day, but more clouds than not. And a rogue shower chance still possible, primarily for areas south of the I-40 corridor. I want to reemphasize this chance pretty paltry here today. If you're looking for a more widespread rainfall, not far off in the forecast. It'll be in here as we head towards the end of the week. Let's take a look at our first alert futurecast. And again, we might see a passing shower in one or two spots here today from Clarksdale to Marks up towards Holly Springs and Ripley. But again, most spots will likely remain dry here as we roll through this Wednesday. Clouds will start to break for a couple of peaks of sun late today, and then skies clearing out as we head into the start of tomorrow. We'll get some sunshine for your Thursday, but starting off the day with some areas of fog possible in a couple of spots as lows drop down into the 20s to near 30 degrees starting off on Thursday morning. Those areas could see not just fog, but freezing fog, and that could have some implications along some of the bridges and overpasses depending on how long it sticks around and of course how cold the temperatures will be. But typically bridges and overpasses would likely be the first spots to see any issues. So we'll watch that closely. It's not a huge impact. It will be patchy in nature, but a couple spots not out of the realm of possibility here going into the day tomorrow. But we'll rebound with some sunshine, getting back into the 40s yet again for the afternoon hours. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. There are several systems coming down the pipeline here in the coming days. Of course, the first system, we're getting a little isolated shower chance here today. The next one coming down the pipeline is our Friday into Saturday system. This will be just a rainmaker generally for us, but not terribly far away. There will be the potential for some wintry precipitation. Could see some snow flying across portions of central and south Missouri, north central portions of Arkansas, just outside the Action News 5 coverage area by about, say about an hour or so's drive outside the coverage area. But for us, it's going to be all rainfall. You might see a sleet pellet or two mixing in, but other than that, again, just rain with that system pushing through. System pulls away. We got a little weak system that will traverse the region late Saturday into Sunday before some sunshine breaks back out. And yet again, another system coming down the pipeline. This one even stronger as it develops and works its way towards the north. And it will have all elements of every little thing that you could ask for with this system. Severe weather along the Gulf Coast. Rain, some rumbles of thunder here across our neck of the woods, snow up across the Great Lakes, the Ohio River Valley back out towards the east and across the central and northern plains. And then on the backside of that system, as it's pulling away, there might be just enough moisture and there might be just enough cold air and enough dynamic support that we can see a few snowflakes late Tuesday into early Wednesday as that system starts to lift away from us. But guess what? There's yet another one that could be coming down the pipeline like Thursday, Friday of next week. So we're in a very active pattern where you're probably going to see a storm system coming down the pipe every 2 or 3 days. And just in between there, you'll either see a transition day or a day of rest. So let's talk about today. Again, more clouds than not here early on. Temperatures in the 40s with a small chance of a shower, primarily in North Mississippi. We go into your Thursday, again, a day of rest with some sunshine, but we'll start off with the potential for a couple of patches of freezing fog. We go into your Friday, clouds already increasing, rain to come in during the afternoon and evening hours. It's overnight that it's just rain all night long, and then we'll transition out of the rain through the day on Saturday. There will be a secondary system, a little clipper that moves through here Saturday night into early Sunday. Generally a day of rest there on Sunday before the next system comes down the pipeline. They'll bring us rain during the afternoon hours of your Monday. Winds will begin to pick up first out of the south. That's going to help to bolster the numbers through the 50s. Then they will turn more northwesterly as we head towards your Tuesday, and that's going to usher in the colder air. 50 the high on Tuesday will happen pretty early, and then we'll tumble from there. And then on the backside of that system, again, the winds are really going to be cranking some gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. All the while, we will keep you updated and alerted to any changes in this forecast, but there's a lot going on here just in the next 7 days. You can find out what's going on in the 10-day forecast on actionnews5.com as well as the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
All right, so Hugh Jackman, Kourtney Kardashian, Jennifer Aniston, J-Lo, Elon Musk, just a few of the people that swear by intermittent fasting. Is it really safe? How do you actually know you're doing intermittent fasting? What will it do for you? Would it help you reach your health goals in 2023? Let's bring in Dr. Amy Duffy here. She is the international best-selling author of Normal Doesn't Have Side Effects, and she has been a part of the Action News 5 digital desk in the past. We appreciate you coming on once again, Amy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. I'm so excited to be here and share this information. It's super fun.
Yeah, I am a person that loves to intermittent fast myself. I do it at work, and I have kind of like a, 10 to 12 hour window. First, explain what it is for our audience out there and some of the different ways, because there's all kinds of different ways, I guess, to define intermittent fasting, right?
Absolutely. There's a lot of ways. I kind of narrow it down to two different ways when I'm talking to my patients. I have the calendar way and I have the clock way. So the calendar way, this makes it a little bit more easy to process. Pick 2 days of the week, make sure they're not 2 days in a row. And on the 2 days that you X out here, you're going to fast those 2 days. On the other days, you can eat like normal. You can also adjust this different weeks throughout the month. So let's say you got a hot date one night, you want to adjust your time or something going on at work. So this way, it's super easy. A little bit more difficult to fast for a whole day. A lot of people start with something more like the clock way. So you're going to pick a time frame, a window, just like you described, where you're eating, and then a window where you're fasting or not eating. So let's imagine that you're going to start eating at noon and you're going to stop eating at 6 p.m. and then you don't resume eating until noon the next day. This makes it super easy because you're focused more on when you're eating and not just what you're eating. So you don't have to count carbs. You don't have to count calories. You want to have a glass of wine? Let's have a glass of wine. How about a beer? Sure, have a beer. Or you can even eat your favorite chocolate. Now, you're going to get better results for weight loss and overall health, cardiovascular, reducing the risk of diabetes, etc. if you're going to choose healthier foods, right? So eat your apple, have a salad for that meal. But it really is super simple and easy to follow. I get a lot of questions, Dr. Duffy, is this safe for us to do? And intermittent fasting can be really safe. In fact, we're seeing a lot of data. That's why doctors are loving it, that it really works, not just for weight loss, for actually reducing our risk of disease. So it's very safe, and we're really recommending it to a lot of people. The few people who need to pay attention, if you're diabetic and you're monitoring your blood sugar with either a blood sugar monitor, like when you're checking your blood on your finger, or you have one of those continuous glucose monitors, you want to make sure you talk to your doctor about that. This may be something you need to adjust. Or perhaps you're on medication and that medication needs to be taken with food, then you need to pay attention to the timing there or chat with your doctor about that. Outside of that, intermittent fasting, super safe, really easy to follow, and it works. That's why it's the #1 fad diet in America.
Is it really #1? Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. #1 fad diet in America. Gotcha. Let's get into specifics about the best candidates for intermittent fasting. Is there a certain body type? What about age groups?
Kids are growing, so we certainly don't want to restrict them. Usually kids are eating more for natural hunger, as opposed to sometimes we just want to eat because we're feeling munchy or something like that. So probably you want to wait until they're older teenagers or adults before they start fasting. But kids will actually naturally fast. They just don't eat when they're not hungry, right? So that's okay, age-wise. As we get older, really, there's no age limit where you would not want to intermittent fast. So that's pretty easy to do. Really, every body type is great. And one of the best things about intermittent fasting, it's not like the keto diet. Keto is okay, and you're going to get results from that, but it's really short-lived. It's hard to live in the keto world for a really long time. But once you start to get used to intermittent fasting, this can be something that you can do for life. So it's really a great thing for anybody who's trying to either maintain their weight or really try to lose weight. If you're going to lose weight, you may want to avoid some of those fun foods that we were talking about, at least in the beginning, until you get to your maintenance weight. But really, that's what's so great about intermittent fasting, is it really can be for anyone.
Yeah, it is. And it's something that I've enjoyed. I do it usually at work, and I don't generally do it on the weekends. But questions around intermittent fasting, because then some people ask, well, what about someone who doesn't eat all day or goes several days and all they have is water or coffee or something like that? Is that safe? I always hear that when you do intermittent fasting, or when you fast for, let's say, a day or so, it really helps your cells. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there's actually studies that show really the magic happens when you're looking at reducing inflammation or regeneration of damaged cells happens when you get into the 18 to 21 hour fast window and beyond that. So, for weight loss purposes, it's really great to start and simple to start with something like an 8-16 or a 16-8 fast. But when you're really trying to correct some dysfunction there or reduce inflammation, you want to get into those longer fasts. And there are some studies where doing a longer, 24-hour, 36-hour fast can really be beneficial, especially like for cancer. We're kind of starving the cancer, if you want to think about it that way. So there's some studies that really look around that. Of course, you want to make sure that you're hydrated. And again, if you're struggling with low blood sugar, things like that, then you just want to pay attention to that. Sometimes there are some foods that are allowed in the fasting. So some of those fasting days, there's some articles that talk about you can eat up to 500 calories, and that still would be considered a fast. There are other people who do what they call one meal a day. And basically they're fasting throughout the day and they just have one meal. So it's not even a window of, time 6 hours. It's just one meal a day. Again, the term intermittent fasting is important. So if you go to one meal a day, that's okay, but you may want to adjust that throughout your week in terms of what time that meal is, because if you do that every day for the rest of your life, your body's going to adapt to that. And then it's not really intermittent anymore. So, once you get into it, you may want to start adjusting that time frame a little bit.
What does it do for your metabolism? Does it speed it up? Does it slow it down? Do we know?
There's kind of this idea that people who are gaining weight or can't lose weight have a slow metabolism. And then people who can, it seems like they just have an unlimited amount of food that they can eat, but they're still skinny, have a fast metabolism. I don't know that that's really real. I mean, there's so many different variables that go into that. So intermittent fasting, I would say probably, whether you want to call it metabolism, but when you're fasting, it actually speeds up your body's ability to get stored fat. So you're not starving yourself. If you go into starvation mode over a long period of time, your body starts looking for energy in the form of your muscle. So it's going to use up muscle, where the ability with intermittent fasting is actually gathering your fat cells. So your metabolism improves in the fact that it's helping you to burn fat instead of burn calories from muscle or your food, basically. So it's really going to help you lose more fat.
All right, so if our viewers are interested, we've been talking about this for a few minutes, they're interested, they're like, okay, let me try this out. What would be your recommendation if someone wanted to try out intermittent fasting, Amy?
Yeah, that clock way is the easiest way, is just pick a window, between 6 and 8 hours that you're going to eat, and then the window between 16 to 18 hours that you're fasting. The easiest way, just like I described, is to start at noon, end at 6 or 7 p.m. That way you're sleeping through a good, if we're getting the 8 hours of sleep we're supposed to, you're sleeping during most of your fasting. A lot of people aren't starving first thing in the morning. You can have tea, you can have black coffee. You just don't want to consume a lot of calories. Make sure, you're still well hydrated. And then you just start eating again at lunchtime the next day. That is the easiest way to get started.
Awesome. Amy Duffy, we really appreciate your analysis, your insight on this. And thanks so very much. Happy New Year to you. Much success in 2023.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, let's talk about the holiday season, and we're right in the middle of it, okay? We have everything on our list. We're getting a lot of things are coming at the last minute, and a lot of times we want to gift wrap things and get things sent to us. Of course, it comes in boxes, and then there's the wrapping paper. On all of that, okay, you may not think about that, but there is a lot of waste going on. In fact, the EPA says Americans generate an additional 1 million tons of waste each week of the holidays. You can help by reusing and recycling, of course, but you need to make sure you recycle right. Let's bring in WM's Brent Bell to talk to us more about some of the best ideas for recycling. So, you know, Brent, we're bombarded with all kinds of wrapping paper and boxes when we order online. First off, can most things be recycled like boxes? And what are some easy rule of thumbs to live by during the holiday season? Good morning.
Sure, good morning. So WM's the nation's largest recycler, and we see a lot of the good and the bad stuff come in through our recycling facilities during the holiday season. So a few quick tips: paper, cardboard, bottles, and cans can be accepted in all recycling programs. If you do get your cardboard box, here's the best trip. Take out the recycling, the bubble wrap. Take out the bubble wrap. Flatten the boxes down, put those in the bins. Those are great. If you look at when you're choosing your gift bag selection, bags that have a lot of laminate, a lot of glitter on there, not very recycling friendly. So choose a craft bag like this one. These are very recycling friendly and can be turned back into a new garbage bag in no time at all. So as you're looking through your recycling bin, make sure you're recycling the right items: paper, cardboard, bottles, and cans, widely accepted.
How should we dispose of some of those Christmas lights? You know, sometimes on the Christmas tree we have some broken lights. Are they recyclable? What can we do for those?
Yeah, so lights are a great idea. Extension cords, batteries, things that plug in. They don't belong in a normal curbside or recycling program. You can take those back to oftentimes a retail location, like a home goods store, like a Lowe's, Home Depot, Walmart. They'll often take back some of these electrical items, but they don't belong in the recycling bin. Sometimes, you know, they can tangle up the equipment, and so we encourage our folks to take those to store locations again.
What about some common mistakes out there that you see overall with recycling? Not just the holidays, but overall. I mean, a lot of times, let's say something in the kitchen, you know, perhaps breaks down. Is it a good rule of thumb to, you know, remove any food with it or remove any items inside and so you could recycle it? I mean, what are some common mistakes and some good reminders for people out there?
Yeah, so as you're emptying out your plastic jars and tubs and lids, these are great for recycling, but we do ask that they're clean and dry, so take those out. There's other items that come in the recycling bin. We call it wish cycling. So folks that are putting too many items in the bin that really don't belong there, like a propane tank. These don't belong in the recycling bin. When they're compacted, these can actually cause an explosion. It can be very dangerous to our workers or drivers. And then my personal pet peeve is the bowling ball. We get 6,000 bowling balls a year that come into our recycling facilities. They do not belong in the recycling facility. They cause a lot of damage, as you can imagine, through our equipment. So we really encourage folks to make sure that those items don't go in the recycling bin. Look back at the proper locations to take these materials back, especially when it comes to batteries and propane tanks.
Wow. Did you say 6,000 bowling balls?
That's right. We get a lot of bowling balls for some reason, and they're not recyclable in the programs today. But we definitely encourage folks not to put bowling balls in their recycling bin.
Let me ask you, when someone does send things that aren't recyclable, for example, some plastic bags or electrical cords, what happens when they are sent to you? Where does it go?
Yeah, so when it does come into our facilities, we have WM's done a lot of investments, hundreds of millions of dollars in facilities. This is one of our newest investments facilities behind me. What happens is it causes some downtime in those facilities because it gets tangled around all the machine and equipment. And sometimes if you're putting the good items in the bin, it'll destruct that item and make it so that it's very difficult to recycle as well. So anything that could tangle in the bin, chains, garden hoses, you know, the extension cords, Christmas lights, we encourage folks to not put those in the recycling bin. If there's a take back program at a retail store, that's fine. And sometimes it just may have to end up in the garbage.
What about, let's talk about Christmas trees for a moment. What are the best ways to recycle those?
Yeah, so like this beautiful Christmas tree behind me, oftentimes communities will have local collections. It's more of an organic collection. These trees can be collected with yard waste, turned back into mulch and other things like that. They're great for the environment, but they don't belong in the recycling bin. But look for your local chapter to collect. Maybe there's a drop-off center. They have it around Christmas time. We see those pop up. They could take these back and actually turn them back into mulch.
Brent, this has been very informative for people just, wanting to encourage sustainability this time of year. Where can viewers find some more information on this?
Yeah, so we encourage folks to visit our website, wm.com. We have a Recycle Often, a Recycle Right page. It'll show you all the good items that you can put in the bin and then items that you can't put in the bin. We also encourage you to check with your local municipality on what's acceptable for their local program. Sometimes they vary from city to city.
Okay, Brent Bell, Vice President of Recycling Operations with WM. We really appreciate your time. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here today. Temperatures staying kind of chilly with numbers in the 30s this morning on our way to the middle to upper 40s. Might see a little bit of sun on the backside of the day, but more clouds than not. And a rogue shower chance still possible, primarily for areas south of the I-40 corridor. I want to reemphasize this chance pretty paltry here today. If you're looking for a more widespread rainfall, not far off in the forecast. It'll be in here as we head towards the end of the week. Let's take a look at our first alert futurecast. And again, we might see a passing shower in one or two spots here today from Clarksdale to Marks up towards Holly Springs and Ripley. But again, most spots will likely remain dry here as we roll through this Wednesday. Clouds will start to break for a couple of peaks of sun late today, and then skies clearing out as we head into the start of tomorrow. We'll get some sunshine for your Thursday, but starting off the day with some areas of fog possible in a couple of spots as lows drop down into the 20s to near 30 degrees starting off on Thursday morning. Those areas could see not just fog, but freezing fog, and that could have some implications along some of the bridges and overpasses depending on how long it sticks around and of course how cold the temperatures will be. But typically bridges and overpasses would likely be the first spots to see any issues. So we'll watch that closely. It's not a huge impact. It will be patchy in nature, but a couple spots not out of the realm of possibility here going into the day tomorrow. But we'll rebound with some sunshine, getting back into the 40s yet again for the afternoon hours. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. There are several systems coming down the pipeline here in the coming days. Of course, the first system, we're getting a little isolated shower chance here today. The next one coming down the pipeline is our Friday into Saturday system. This will be just a rainmaker generally for us, but not terribly far away. There will be the potential for some wintry precipitation. Could see some snow flying across portions of central and south Missouri, north central portions of Arkansas, just outside the Action News 5 coverage area by about, say about an hour or so's drive outside the coverage area. But for us, it's going to be all rainfall. You might see a sleet pellet or two mixing in, but other than that, again, just rain with that system pushing through. System pulls away. We get a little weak system that will traverse the region late Saturday into Sunday before some sunshine breaks back out. And yet again, another system coming down the pipeline. This one even stronger as it develops and works its way towards the north. And it will have all elements of every little thing that you could ask for with this system. Severe weather along the Gulf Coast, Rain, some rumbles of thunder here across our neck of the woods, snow up across the Great Lakes, the Ohio River Valley back out towards the east and across the central and northern plains. And then on the backside of that system, as it's pulling away, there might be just enough moisture. And there might be just enough cold air and enough dynamic support that we can see a few snowflakes late Tuesday into early Wednesday as that system starts to lift away from us. But guess what? There's yet another one that could be coming down the pipeline like Thursday, Friday of next week. So we're in a very active pattern where you're probably going to see a storm system coming down the pipe every 2 or 3 days. And just in between there, you'll either see a transition day or a day of rest. So let's talk about today. Again, more clouds than not here early on. Temperatures in the 40s with a small chance of a shower, primarily in North Mississippi. We go into your Thursday, again, a day of rest with some sunshine, but we'll start off with the potential for a couple of patches of freezing fog. We go into your Friday, clouds already increasing, rain to come in during the afternoon and evening hours. It's overnight that's just rain all night long, and then we'll transition out of the rain through the day on Saturday. There will be a secondary system, a little clipper that moves through here Saturday night into early Sunday. Generally a day of rest there on Sunday before the next system comes down the pipeline. They'll bring us rain during the afternoon hours of your Monday.
Okay, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Midday report coming up with Ariana Poindexter. We're going to have the latest on this possible active shooter out of Tunica County, Mississippi. Police looking for 52-year-old Tyrone Scott of Tunica County. He's last seen driving this vehicle. It's a 2009 black Chevy Tahoe, tag MS-TNA 6986 with a large Masonic symbol on the back glass. He's considered a possible active shooter.